Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Wednesday, October the 12th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help. Thank you, Green. And again, anybody who's watching in YouTube, I just want to make sure you can see my screen. It's just being displayed since yesterday in a different way. So I just want to make sure if you're in YouTube, if you can see my screen, you should see charts and, of course, the scans, my pre-market scan layout. So what's happening this morning? Moderna, yeah, pretty big news here. Let's see if this holds. The deal with Merck, just bring this up. Okay, Morgan Stanley, target of, wow, okay, why not? 197, okay, that's for Moderna. So this is the news as Merck uses option to jointly develop personalized cancer vaccine. So that is the news for Moderna today. Thank you, Pepe. Okay. It's weird. I just want to show you what I'm seeing. I don't understand. I know I'm just going to talk to Pepe for a second here. You asked about doing a refresh, but this is what I'm seeing now. I used to see this is the YouTube, and this is what I used to see in YouTube was the actual screen that I'm displaying. This is what I'm seeing now. Can't seem to get it, but as long as you guys can see my screen, I guess it's okay. And that's in YouTube, of course. I'm talking. All right. So yeah, that's the news for Moderna. So let's keep an eye on this one. Not just because Morgan Stanley's put that big lofty price target on it, but let's see if this can hold its gains. HPCO, 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 I think is, so we don't have it as an earnings play, but I don't know if this is their official earnings, but anyway, this is what it says, posting strong revenue, etc. Okay, so first half, I guess, first half revenue. So Pepe, does that mean that people, when if they just log into YouTube right now, I'm sorry guys, I'm just talking to Pepe in our YouTube room. Does that mean when you log into YouTube right now, you don't see my screen unless you do a refresh? So how are people going to know that they have to refresh? Because that's not good. Again, if I do a refresh, see, nothing happens. Oh, before 9 a.m. Oh, okay. 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 Well, I'm not going to worry about it. As long as you guys can see the screen, that's cool. CCJ guys, CCJ is getting hit hard here. They're doing a deal with Brookfield to buy Westinghouse. Westinghouse. I don't know. That's an old school company. Westinghouse. Anyway, CCJ getting just thumped down on that deal, trading lower after the company announced a 650 million bought deal offering. Oh, wait a minute. Am I reading this wrong? Chemical Brookfield Renewable come together to buy one of the largest nuclear services businesses. Yeah, so they're buying, yeah, so with Brookfield Chemical are buying Westinghouse. So that must be just a separate deal. Not a separate deal, but that 650 million must be something that is separate or is why they're doing the deal. Anyway, regardless of what the situation is, CCJ is down right now. This is one that, I mean, I look at this daily chart and I don't like the daily chart at all, really choppy up and down, but man, oh man, I know some of you have been in this Pineapple Energy, PEGY. Yeah, I mean, I just don't, I mean, it's a low float situation, 4.4 million, lots of volume still. I just looked at this daily chart around here. I thought it was just kind of jumbly, but man, what a nice move. Continuation. And on huge volume. I mean, 2.6 million, 4.4 in the float. It's going to easily trade the float today. Okay, I'm hearing ADTX, ADTX, ADTX is just lifting right here, guys. When I'm saying I'm hearing it, this is my text to speech right there, and I'm hearing her say ADTX over and over again. Announces the development and publication of a mathematical model for predicting longevity and variations of immune response to immunity. Okay, so this is a COVID play. Okay, so there's ADTX. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers right now, anyway. A couple of special dividends. Kang, K-A-N-G, K-A-N-G. Special dividend, 50-cent dividend. So that popped this stock, C-A-N-G. And another one was Loco, El Pollo Loco. I don't know if they had earnings also. Of the name. Breaking Bad. um, yeah, so they had a $1.50 special dividend. Now, another old school company, guys, PA Phillips. Look at Phillips. Reminds me of Westinghouse. I mean, look at Phillips. PhD is an all-time low. And what they're saying is they may have a 1.3 billion euro charge. Let's take a look at what what the actual headline said. Excuse me. Warned of a drop in profit and announced an expected charge of 1.3 billion euros for the impairment of goodwill of its sleep and respiratory care business. So that is the bad news for PHG, which is at an all-time low. Morning, Mookie, in our YouTube room. Okay, HKD, got to mention it. It's up. But you got to be really careful if you're going to, dive into this one. HKD, it started to trade again yesterday. Well, it's been trading, but it started to have a move yesterday after being dormant for a while, and it's having another move this morning, up 22%. But remember, this is a very, very wild one. And let's see, a couple of buyouts. KNBE. KNBE is a buyout. See the flatlining right across. Rallies on a $4.6 billion sale to private equity firm. Okay. Speaking of which, let's take a look at Weber. See the nonsense that happened with Weber, guys? Whoops. The right symbol in. He hasn't recovered? No. So this was the trade. Well, it is still the trade of the week. However, I don't know if actually hit the is it the 10 or the 20 SMA that is the stop. But at any rate, if you're in the room yesterday, bring out a big 15-minute chart. But these are the games that are played. So the trade of the week is Weber, and it was not live until 7:55. Okay, so on Monday, there's Monday's action right there, and Monday's action never hit 7:55. Yesterday, it hit 7:55. Now this is a 15-minute candle. If I had a 5-minute chart up here, you'd see that there were about 3 5-minute chart candles sitting right around that 7:55, 7:60 level, and then all of a sudden, kaboom! And this went from that 7:55 level all the way up to 873 before it pulled back. And this was on news that it was, received a takeover approach. Okay. And then, okay, so that again, a rumor, not coming from the company, a source, and that's why I was warning, not warning people. I was just saying, look, guys, it's not coming from the company. We can't. There's no source that has been credited to it. So look at these topping tails. Be careful. And then this is what happened afterwards. And then they announce a possible debt financing. Okay, so it's a game. Possible debt financing. So you get the rumor, hey, maybe we're going to get bought out. Oop, now we're going to have a possible debt financing. So, and Grin is another buyout, I believe. Yeah, Taylor Maritime Investments Unit to acquire Grindrod Shipping Holdings. Okay, $21 in cash, special dividend of $5 a share. Okay, so there are the two buyouts this morning. It's 80, it looks like it's almost halted. No, it's not halted. ADTX, not halted. Probably, I mean, this is a big downturn for CCJ. Big uranium player. I don't know if it's the biggest in the world, but certainly the largest in Canada. But it's one of the biggest. Take a look at URA. Let's take a look at URA. If how affected URA has been. Yeah, I mean, you can see the impact that CCJ. I mean, remember now, CCJ. It's probably the biggest component of URA. I mean, I don't know that for sure, but just based on what's happening to the URA and with the CCJ being down 13%. So where is there some support? Maybe around that 22 mark for CCJ. So it's MG. Thank you, William. I did get that email last night. They're a big teaser, MG, and so it's for MGPI. Well, it's affecting it a little bit, not a huge amount of volume. All right, guys, let's take a look to see what sort of action the analysts have for the upgrades and downgrades this morning. Okay, so here are some of the upgrades. I saw somebody mention Bros, BROS, yeah, an upgrade from JP Morgan. Who's upgrading Lyft? Lyft, I don't know who Gordon Haskett is, but he's upgrading Lyft. Okay, guys, those are the upgrades. Get the downgrades in now. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Let me get them pasted into YouTube now. Okay, so ADTX is yeah, oh, it's not hanging tough. I'm gonna say first thing I looked at, was this shortable for me at Interactive Brokers? And the answer was no. So yeah, look at that. 378 right down to 337. So somebody said the Dice did a financing. I don't see that news, but doesn't mean it didn't happen. Proposed. Okay, yeah, there you are. It's funny. Well, that's yesterday. That's why I do like our headline news when it's working. I understand that this. I don't. We've got this problem right now with. It's sort of it's a Google issue, okay? But why I do like it is because I can go back in time and very quickly check to see news. Whereas with IB, I'm sure there's a way, but all I do is I really just see today's headlines. So anyway, so that was announced after hours yesterday. $250 million proposed financing for Dice. And I think if blue collar's in the room, he was talking about their financing situation and warning us. Yeah, see this flyer from yesterday, the IMUX? It was off 14%, a lot of volume, just a big sell-off right now. Let's see if this 200-day can hold. 732 is the 200-day moving average for IMUX. Meanwhile, Peggy, where's the next resistance? So, not necessarily resistance, but the next high looking left is up here at around 650, 650. Got a little messy right around here 3 to 5 days ago, but boy, oh boy, what a nice run it's been on from 84 cents to $6. Wow. Somebody's behind this and lots of volume too. Look at this day here. This is the day it got going. This was on the 5th. So I was on vacation then. And so I completely missed this. I don't really even think I've heard of this one before. So yeah, so that was when I was on vacation, and then here's the next 2 days. But it got started right there. But it's still, easy enough to buy. Once it took out this 214, there must have been some news. I'm going to assume there was some news. Though I do see this, yeah, trading higher and continue not seeing any company specific news. This is back on the 6th. So anyway, maybe this was a meme stock. What's the news on Eva? No, let's see. First of all, there's not very much volume, but I don't see any. Don't see any news today for it, so I don't know. No volume. I do see if you're looking at that big spike down. Yeah, I don't know. Look at the SPY. Wow. We were at one point we're in for a mildly positive open, but we're still in basically, well, as we speak, kind of a neutral open. But at this point, when we're up here at 361, we're in for a mildly positive open, but not anymore. All right, let's take a look at the sectors. So I'm going to click on from our toolbar, click on new, and then click on the docked channel bar, and then click on show more. And now sector status. And let's take a look at the major sectors and what's happening. All right. So I always like to take a look at energy first. So XLE, there's the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. When you see 95% red, that means 95% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. Okay. Now, this had a tremendous turnaround yesterday when we looked at it about an hour later on the change from the open. Stocks were rallying, the energy stocks were rallying. So let's see if there's any strong sector right now. Uh, the best we can say is financials are up 74% as we speak, but nothing that I would call super strong. But again, if you're looking to play energy today, unless we get a rally on the change from the open, you got to be a little careful if you want to go long an energy play. Okay, let's take a look. Anything else sneaking in here? Boy, PHG. It's amazing to see some of these. I mean, how long is, yeah, I mean, this company's been around since 1891, guys. PHG Phillips. Well, I guess nothing lasts forever. All right, just checking to see if anything's sneaking in here. Stella, it's not Stella, I know, but SLS. What are you doing? Not much. Yeah, they forgot it. 10,000 shares. All right. Well, I don't see, again, I'm just sort of looking for any sort of news on this, Peggy. Don't see anything. Can anybody confirm? Zach, you're usually good at this, or somebody else. Was this a meme stock back here? It's a new entry into the meme universe. And I'm talking about PEGY. Yeah, that's what I'm reading too, Bill. Benzinga always comes. I love their headlines. We see no reason for this move. Yeah, so it's probably, but I also just don't see it as being one of the meme stocks, but it's got to be something like that. With that float, 4.4 million in the float, must be unbelievable as a company. You're just cruising along doing nothing, you're just, and then all of a sudden your stock price goes crazy because a group has got a hold of you for some reason. Not that the company would pay for that, of course. Yeah, HPCO. I wonder if it's. Unfortunately, I wish it were shortable for Upsac at Interactive Brokers. It's an earnings play. We don't have it as an earnings play, but it is an earnings play. Hempico. Now, I guess the thing about it is that was this an IPO? I guess maybe an IPO back here. So it did get up to 41. So yeah, I mean that's what traders are going to be looking at. I mean it's up 60%, lots and lots of volume, only 2.4 million in the float. And not shortable for me anyway at Interactive Brokers. So I'm not sure how many shorts are available overall. I'm sure Zach has shorts available at Centerpoint, but see what the next high is looking left. Yeah, so we've got some stuff between 350 and 4. Then we've got a high of 424 and 474, 485 and all that. So I mean, yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, we've got some stuff between 350 and 4, little highs here in the daily chart. Ah, boy, that crept up on me. Thank you, William. Okay, guys, yeah, listen, a minute to the open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. I'll probably, as usual, will not trade in the first 15. Let things settle down a little bit. The only one that is of interest to me, maybe off the bat, is at PHG, just because it's an all-time low. Okay, the big float, 889 million. I don't expect it to be so wild. Bros, that's what I wanted to take a look at because they did have an upgrade. BROS, Dutch Brothers. Yeah, not much volume yet, but yeah. Okay, give me one moment. All right, guys, we're open. Sorry about that. Yeah, I mean, here's another PPPSI. Now that was active during the hurricanes. Had all that lift here and just collapsed. Little pop here. Awarded an $8 million purchase order for its flagship E-Block electric solution. Okay. So there is some news for a PPSI, but again, you got to be so careful. I mean, look at this. Pops up to 365, craters all the way down to 285. Okay, there's dice, guys. I had this, not sure why I had the alert at 40 odd, but there's dice. Dice lifting off the financing news. And Bank of America coverage and buy target of $62 for dice, DICE. It's early. And we have our first halt of the day on the way down. KNTE. Yikes, KNTE. First halt of the day, not much volume, 33,000 shares, but just got halted on the way down. KNTE. They had some news after hours, recent corporate shuffle, maybe, or corporate updates. That was after hours yesterday. Well, Peggy, wow, what congratulations. I know there was somebody in the room that had it down in the 4 level, I think, maybe even earlier. So congratulations on that. Just be careful. I mean, there's again, can't see any news, so at some point you're going to have to expect some kind of a rug pull. But when I looked left, what did I see? I think it's at that next high, which is 690. What did it get to? Got to 687. Oh, look at the SPY, guys. Wow, look at that big first red candle on the 15 minutes. This market is not. This is, I mean, look mildly positive to begin. This was at what time was it? 5:15 Eastern, 5:30 Eastern. Look mild, not bad, but just complete sell-off again. All right, let's keep an eye on HPCO from Shady at 336. Be the wild one, guys. I mean, it is a low flow. 2.4 million, 8 million have traded already. 327,000, 327 times normal to this time of the day. Yeah, stick an alert around that 342 mark and see what happens later. Okay, guys. Now, Cameco, CCJ is coming into maybe. What's the low here? 21.97. So, excuse me, there may be some support around 22 for Cameco, CCJ. Maybe. Market is really punishing them on that deal with Brookfield to buy Westinghouse. I mean, really punishing them. All right. Well, there's the HPCO bottoming tail down to 322. So according to Shady, 336 is a trigger. So let's see what happens from there. Excuse me, is RTO an IPO? Resume trading. So this is the acquisition of Terminex completion. So I guess maybe it's trading under companies. I don't think it's actually like an IPO. Maybe some kind of a merger with a new symbol. No volume yet, 43,000 shares. Look at the bottoming tail. Can we believe that bottoming tail of the on the SPY? Can we believe it? Yeah, I saw Lyft had an upgrade today. Gordon Hackett or Haskett or something like that. I'm not familiar with that name. I think that's who it was who put the upgrade on them. Okay, this one just resumed, the KNTE. HKD was also halted on the way up. I mean, wild. Look at this, 43 up to 51. Just wild. Ape. The only thing I'll give them is it's a great logo. Other than that, nonsense, in my opinion, anyway. Well, maybe we can believe that big bottoming tail in the spine. Maybe that's a big reversal. Yeah, Loco was a some kind of a special dividend. This is shortable for me too. It is shortable for me. You announced a special dividend. I think it was $1.50. This happened after hours yesterday. You see the big pop after hours. Okay, HPCO is trying to hold that 340 area. HPCO trying to hold that area. Again, had the big bottoming tail. And just be careful on this one. Low float, 2.4 million in the float. It appears that they announced earnings today. We don't have it here. Our earnings date is blank, but it appears that they did announce earnings, 58%, or up 58%. His revenue is up 486%, which sounds good, but let's take a look at what their actual revenues were. But anyway, that's the news for it. Okay, I did see that NCLH had an upgrade this morning. My feelings about these cruisers, but hey, UBS, it was UBS, target of 18. Okay, let's see how the other guys are doing. Yeah, so the cruisers are getting a bit of a pop, though UBS is cutting their target to $8 from 11 for CCL. Guys, take a look at OMI, OMI, OMI. Big gap down. I didn't see it really in the pre-market. OMI. I'm trying to understand that question from you, M. Shack. Are we looking at holly sticks? Holly tea? No, there's no the holly tea. I do not show it at all because it's not fair to the people who buy premium for me to show it. Okay. But if you're interested, and well, that's the reason I was looking at OMI. That isn't an AI selection right now, alert right now, OMI on a short. But we are having this test drive. It starts on Monday. So if you want to take a look at the AI and everything else for $11.11 for 11 trading days, just complete that. If you click on that link, you'll see the instructions and how to sign up. Oh, you did sign up for it. Okay. So yeah, you'll have access to it then starting Monday. Well, I guess I have to take a look at this one. Finger, very difficult. I know I keep saying this every single day, but FNGR, difficult intraday trader, messy looking daily chart. The only thing you can say is that the trend has been up, but you've got these topping tails and bottoming tails. So for me, it's very difficult intraday trader. You'll have access to the program. So I'm going to put the test drive link in. I'm going to go over it in a little more detail, but you guys want to take a look at what I'm putting in here, the link, the test drive link. It starts on Monday, but you'll actually have access to the program about an hour after the market closes on Friday, okay? And then you can, my advice is that you take a look at our user guide. You may absolutely do the getting started section. Take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos so that, Monday morning you come prepared. And then of course, so you can play around with it over the weekend. Yeah, what a day Novavax had yesterday. I mean, a big pop up and then basically a sell off all day afterwards. NVAX. I'm continuing to watch the HPCO. It just kind of hanging around that 340 mark. Again, the attraction of it, the volatility could be extreme because of that 2.4 million. I mean, it's already up 57%, but because of the float, 2.4 million in the float. And of course, traders are looking at the fact that, when was this? I guess I'm going to call this an IPO. Got up to 41.80. When was this? On the 30th of August. So not that long ago. All right, first 15 minutes in. So let's take a look at some of the ones that won early races. See if there's anything interesting happening. So there's the APDN, which is I haven't seen monkeypox in the news for a while. This was a monkeypox player, I think, through the 200-day moving average. Not that interest. Well, it's got some room, I guess. And in fact, it's starting to move again, APDN. If you took this one, 280 looks like the resistance area. So that's far enough away, I guess. Ugh, you're making me type in GME. Okay, interesting. What is it? Why? Why is it interesting? Yeah, there's some stuff coming in. A little bit of volume coming in. Well, we did see ape moving. So as you know, the ape and AMC and GME. So what's AMC doing? Squat. Okay, so Peggy's had a pullback. So if you're a pullback player watching this area here to see if it holds at 640, might be an interesting take over 650. This is not advice. I'm just saying this is an area that maybe you'd want to pay attention to. It is pulled back. Again, it's low float, 4.4 million. So you've got to be careful. Okay, one moment, please. Whoa, CVAC. Funny, this no action at all in the pre-market. Market opens and kaboom. Okay, this is from yesterday. This WNW. So there was the high yesterday, 128. I think Dak was trying to trade this one yesterday, 128. So it's above that high of yesterday. It's a low, it's relatively low. Well, it's a low float, 16 million in the float. Held the 200-day today, 103. It held it. Next high looking left is 133. So I mean that could stall it. Aha, I didn't realize it, but OMI is also, it's not only is it an AI alert, but it's also on my 10-day daily breakdown. Okay. So keep an eye on it to see if it has any more movement underneath 18. Let me back this out and see where the next low is. Boy, this looks like the next low is down around the 12 level for OMI. Is that right? Yeah, I have a feel. Boy, this has got a lot of room underneath, guys. OMI has got a lot of room underneath still. If I'm right about this, I think, yeah, 1375 or so. So that's got a ton of room underneath. Now keep an eye on the OMI for a further move down. Finger. FNGR, guys, doing his thing again. Well, guys, just mentioned the WNW, and it just got halted. Well, not just got halted, it got halted at 949. So remember, I do not tell anybody what to buy or sell, point out opportunities. If it makes sense to your trading plan, go for it. If not, you take a pass. Why didn't it do this yesterday? Yeah, I don't know about this HPCO. It just seemed kind of stuck right now, but we'll see later on, maybe. The only deal is, or the deal is, it's such a low float that if traders do get a hold of it again, anything could happen. All right, guys, I'm trying the OMI short in this area right here, around that 1780 area, okay? It's back up to 18, I'm out. And that's the OMI. All right, what's happening here? FLJ, haven't seen this one, maybe ever. FLJ, so this was what, an IPO back here or a symbol name change, FLJ. And it just, so it got halted at 328, got halted at 328, and it has resumed. All right, so WNW just resumed, and it did not really pop off that resumption after the halt. All right, OMI making a little move down. Got to get that spread tightened up just a bit. So if you're new to all this, I'm going to explain what you're seeing here in a little bit, the races, okay? I'll explain it in more detail if you're new to all of this. And what's the market doing? So the Dow's up a little, Nas is up a little, basically the market's flat. It had the big, looked like a big uh-oh, and then had a big recovery. All right, wow, guys, okay, I was just basically saying if you're into playing pullbacks, I was talking about that 650 level for Peggy. Look at it now, PEGY. If you're, I said it pulled back, I'd be interested in if it took out that 650 area, and look what it's done now, guys. PEGY. Again, understand, I'm not telling anybody what to buy or sell, but pointing out opportunities and maybe interesting areas where you might want to take a look at getting into a trade. So Almost seems like this is halted. It is halted. Yes, it was halted. Sorry, it was halted. So Gatto, the cat. Let's go. The male cat. Let's see. 306. Oh, look at Abe. I mean, I can't stand these guys. I just absolutely can't stand them. I mean, I hate that I have to click on them because I see them, but I can't stand these things. All right, guys, let's see where Peggy could open. So this is what I'm looking at here. This blue box you see here, this is from Interactive, yeah, I was gonna say International Brokers, Interactive Brokers. Okay, so this is the halt for Peggy, Peggy, halted at 7-Eleven. And this is the potential of the open. And this will, of course, change. We got halted at 9:56 plus 3 seconds. So if it's a 5-minute halt, which typically they are, it should open at 10:01 plus 3 seconds. So we've got another couple of minutes before that might happen. Okay. All right. OMI's been a bit of a snoozer, but no reason for me to cover my short yet. I'm in around that 1782. So I'm just waiting to see if it has a big collapse. There's nothing underneath holding it up. As I said, there's the next low looking left is 13 something. So there's certainly room underneath. I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but they have some news. So yeah, adjusted their guidance lower. Okay, the HBCO back up, guys. Been a bit choppy to start. See these topping tails and bottoming tails on the 15-minute chart. So it's been a little choppy to start. I might get more interested if it takes out that 350 mark. I always think that the 50-cent level for stocks underneath $5 can be maybe a psychological to get through, as the whole numbers are for most stocks. That's just my feeling, of course. All right, guys, Peggy is getting close to resumption in about a minute, less than a minute, guys, if it's going to be a 5-minute halt. In fact, it'll be 10 seconds from now if it's a 5-minute halt. And it looks a little better, 7-Eleven, 7-Eleven now. That's the bid ask. Let's see what happens when it does open. Boom, there it goes. So popped up a little bit. Holding that 7 mark a little bit. Trying to anyway. And I I'd call that a winner, guys. Look at this thing go. I mean, so it pulled back a little bit off that halt. But again, if you're in this, you just be careful. 4.4 million in the float. You got to trade. You got to manage your trades on this. Don't give up your gains. All right, guys. Cameco is making a new low here. Now, this was the level 22. 22 is maybe support for Cameco CCJ. Well, you got it, Mookie. Those are the time frames I'm on. Yep, 15 and daily. I remember now. I remember you, Patrick. You're the one who took Peggy last week. Well, you're pretty happy. All right, YYU. Let me see if I can figure out what your. When I click inside of a top list, press Control A to select all items. Control C to copy. Control V to. Well, this is what I do. You just want the symbols. You just want the symbols, and then to paste. Oh, okay, it's pretty simple then. Um, if you left click on the top symbol and then just highlight like you normally would, that's it. You won't get the symbol. If that's what you're talking about, you don't want the symbol headline. So just, I don't know about control A, okay? So I just highlight what I want, and then I copy it, control C to copy, and then paste it in, control V to paste it in where you want. Okay, does that make sense, or did I do that too quickly? Now, if you're doing this and it's copying more than what you want, let me know if that's happening, because I can cure that also. So what is the problem then with doing it the way I'm just doing it? Just go to the top symbol and highlighting, and then control C. Now you've got your symbols copied. When you say you've got external linking, maybe I'm not understanding. I mean, is there a problem doing it this way? How did I select it? I just clicked on the top. I just clicked on the top symbol. I left clicked on the top symbol. Okay, and then I just dragged pointer down to highlight everything. And now just like normal, control C to copy it. And then if you want to, and then control V to paste it in to your Excel file or whatever you want. All right, guys, HBCO now, HBCO. Okay, so just go to the top symbol, left click on it, and drag it down. All right, Omi, come on down. Did I miss the HBCO? Did I miss it? No. Okay. Maybe you have a too big of a top list then. Maybe you want to, limit the number of symbols you've got in your top list. All right, Omi guys, Omi, Omi, Omi. Somebody asked me yesterday, do I ever take an AI trade? And certainly I don't, if it meets my trading plan, I'll take a trade, yes. But if it doesn't meet my trading plan, I won't take the trade. In this particular case, I saw the OMI. I also saw it on my 10-day daily breakdown. And so it met my trading plan because what am I all about, guys? Where's my t-shirt? Somebody was going to make a t-shirt for me a few years ago that says look left. All I did was look left on a daily chart. I saw nothing to hold this up for a long, long time. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get down to $13, but HPCO right now, I think it's just too messy. It's popping and dropping and popping and dropping. Oh, I knew that you would say that with the IMUX. I knew it. I've actually got this one. Is there video? We don't have any video like that, but there's got to be stuff on the internet, Mookie. I mean, but you've heard me talk about candles. Oh, when you have a topping tail or bottoming tails, especially if you have several of them in a row, what they can kind of mean. But we don't have a special video on that, no. I mean, again, the simplest explanation is, when you see just think about what it means when you see a big topping tail or a big bottoming tail. Let's see if I can find one. I mean, we could look at the HPCO, maybe there's a clue. Oops, but I'm just finding it a little messy right now. But we had some bottoming tails. Let me get a big HPCO chart up. So you might look at this as a bit of a clue right here on these two 15-minute candles. The problem is you've got topping tails, though. But let's just, if we can pretend that these topping tails aren't here. If you have a situation, you've got a bottoming tail. Remember, the sellers had it down to 322, but the candle closed at 343. The sellers tried again. They knocked it down to 324, but the buyers closed it up here at 340. If this weren't red, if all of a sudden this started turning green, you might look at these bottom tails and think, okay, at this point, maybe the sellers have given up for a while and they're ceding control to the buyers. Okay. This is not a great example because this is just too choppy. You've got topping tails and bottoming tails. Direction right now is unknown, other than it looks like the trend is down. But that's all. I mean, that's all the bottoming tails and topping tails are. There's and there's absolutely, just because you get a series of bottoming tails. Well, look at SPWR. This had a terrible day yesterday. 1879. Wow, 1879 is the low of yesterday. Getting hammered again today. Well, another one getting creamed here is docs, a DOCS. A great example, Mookie, from yesterday was Weber. If you were in the room yesterday, I think you were in the room yesterday, and I was talking about Weber, okay, and the importance of doing some quick analysis of what you're seeing. What did we see with Weber yesterday? So they had this news, such as it was, about a potential merger, buyout, whatever you want to call it. So look what happened with Weber on this 15-minute candle. Got all the way up here, 874. Sellers knocked it down to 820. The buyers tried again. They got it up to 864. Remember, these are the close, but the sellers knocked it down and it closed at 833. The buyers tried again, briefly, a little whimper, 838, and then they said, let's give up. So, two huge topping tails can be a real big sign that, capitulation is happening. And look what happened afterwards. Now, is this absolutely the blueprint for something like this happening every time? Of course not. But I was, if you were in the room yesterday, I was talking about be careful. You've got these two huge body topping tails, but the sellers were stepping in full force. So to me, that's a great example. And of course, the reverse can be true. You get a bunch of selling, buyers take it up, selling. I'm not looking at this chart specifically, but big bottoming tails, and the buyers close it higher. The sellers try again, big bottoming tail. Sellers or buyers step in, close it higher. I say this every day, but it's a constant battle. It doesn't matter what stock you're looking at. It's a constant battle every single day between buyers and sellers. The more volatile the stock, of course, usually that's when you get the topping tails and bottoming tails. Eventually, one side is going to give up for a while. Kishore. Um, did you reloaded trade ideas? My charts are not frozen. So did you, the other thing you can do instead of doing a reload, if you just click on an account and do a reset, see if that helps, okay? Try it again, still the same. And your charts are frozen. Yeah, I cannot help you because if it were happening with me, I could say maybe, wow, look at Omi, guys. Maybe my gonna hold this and there's no reason for me to cover this yet. Oh, I'm sorry. That's your, do I think it's I don't know, APDN? Well, I mean, it's pretty strong right now, obviously. Reset connection worked. Oh, good. That's uh, well. Let's see. I mean, for APDN, I mean, there's a 200-day moving average at 223. Let's see what it does if it actually gets back down there. I mean, I can't say that underneath two is a good short. Right now, it's a pretty strong stock today, anyway. Boy, Omi has been just great, guys. Hope somebody took a look at that. I know Dak, you took a look at that one. So, I mean, it's not a huge float, not a lot, not a big float, but it's certainly not a huge float. Oh man, and my grunt, grunt, grunt. So every time Omi makes a new low, I get that grunt, grunt. Look at CCJ, 2209 now 2180. This is from my 10-day daily breakdown. And yes, I am sharing that scan. Oh, apron. I'm sorry. Apron. I'm sorry. I thought you said APDN. Is it a good short under two? Well, I don't know. I mean, this is a meme stock, so at any point the memers get a hold of it, but certainly looks weak now. But I can't give advice like that. Yes, it's a good short under two. I mean, it's been so beaten up now over the last few days. Wow. Okay, so your chart window not working either. Watch my trade. So my recommendation is go to your account and the account, excuse me, click on account in your toolbar and click on reset connection. Some of you might be having, so I don't know why my charts have been fine. See if that works. Okay, that helped somebody else. Keyshort, that helped Keyshort resetting if your charts appear to be frozen or something. Yeah, it's software, guys. Our servers sometimes have issues. So, and the other thing, it depends on the server you're on. Different servers, good work, work good. Okay. So just a general announcement, guys. If you're ever having an issue with trade ideas, you think, A, your charts are frozen or, data looks stuck, instead of panicking, just go to your account or click on account in the toolbar and then click on reset connection. Most of the time, that'll help. Okay. Not all the time, but most of the time. All right, what is the market doing? So Dow's up, little disconnect in the market right now. SPY's flat, Dow's up, Nas is down a little, so a little disconnect. I've covered some of the OMI guys. Had about a 15-cent stop on it, so great risk reward on that one. Again, I'm always paranoid about a stock trying to break through a whole number, so I will always cover some ahead of a whole number. That's just me. No. So the question was, does reset connection also reset the race winners? No, because I collect on reset and they're still, everything is still good. So it does not reset the race winners. No. What a fast morning. There's another one I could have taken, the docs, DOCS. Coulda, shoulda, woulda, but very happy with the OMI short. Okay, look at FLJ. Maybe this is a pullback play, guys. 257, maybe a pullback play. I mean, it's a pretty big pullback from 384 down to 250, but maybe a pullback play. It's not a low float, 169 million. All right, first of all, if you're new to this room or new this week to this room or just come in every now and then, welcome. Excuse me. Just give me a moment. So welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen live in the mic. My name is Barry Enerson, and yes, I do work for Trade Ideas. So if you would like to try out Trade Ideas, you're in luck. We do not have free trials, okay? There's no way we can give the program away for free, not with live data. The exchanges don't like that. They don't care if we want to promote the product by giving it away for free for a while, because the exchanges want us to pay them for the data, which, I guess that's fair. So anyway, we do this 4 times a year. This meaning the test drive. So if you click on the test drive link, this is what you're going to see. So it runs from the 17th to the 31st. I believe that's 11 trading days, okay? It'll cost you $11.11. So look what it says. It starts on Monday with the live data. If you sign up today, you're basically pre-registering. So you're not getting any live data until the 17th. So you're pre-registering. So it'll cost $11.11. Now, about an hour after the market closes on Friday, you'll have access to the program. So you can play around with the program for the balance of Friday and of course Saturday and Sunday. I'm going to show you what I think you should do in order to get an understanding about what Trade Ideas is all about. But a couple of points. When the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We do not put you into a subscription. I just want to emphasize that. That's a big question we get all the time. What happens when it's over? When it's over, it's over. Nothing to do. Okay? If you're a standard subscriber right now and you want to try out our premium service for those days, you can do so. It will cost you $11.11. And of course, we'll put you back into a standard subscription unless you tell us, hey, no, leave me in premium. Okay? So again, I recommend we only do this 4 times a year. So it starts on Monday. Okay? So that's the test drive. And you'll have access to the full premium service other than no auto trading. Okay? No auto trading. But the big difference between standard and premium is the AI, and that's where I saw the OMI originally. Okay, that's why I hopped on it. Not because it came from I mean, I saw it. I use the AI like a watch list. That's all. Okay, if I get an alert from the AI and it meets my trading plan, then I'll take a look at it. If it doesn't, I pass. It's that simple. All right, now let's take a look at my home page. Okay, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, you don't want to wait for a test drive or anything like that, you're sold. Here's a promo code you can use, Barry15 for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Just to give you an idea about what Trade Ideas costs, we have 4 plans, annual, monthly, premium, standard. So annual premium is 2,000 less than 15%. Standard is 1,000 less than 15%. And again, the big difference is the AI. You don't have to take out an annual ever. You don't want to, that's fine. You can always go month to month. 118 for standard, 228 for premium. You'll get that 15% discount off the first month only, okay? At any time though, if you do want to take out an annual, we will honor the 15% discount. First thing to do, taking the test drive or you're just taking out a subscription now, you must do the let's get started, okay? It'll take you about 30 minutes. There are 10 videos. It starts off with the download and installation, your first startup and login, toolbar and right-click magic, etc. You must do that before you start. It's a software program. There is a learning curve. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern. You can sign up for it right here, free, of course. Trade of the week, which was a wild one this week. You can sign up for it right here. This is a free service. You'll get the email about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. The education section. Again, if you're going to take this test drive or you just started out with Trade Ideas, absolutely recommend you take a look at the user guide. Don't get hung up on how much there is. The first thing, if you haven't done the getting started, here it is again. At the very least, you should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and what the stock racing is all about. I'll go over the stock racing in more detail, but the thing is, here's the guide, okay? You're going to hear me talk about stuff all day long, but you'll always have this great guide as a reference. A coupon to get off $11.11? No. Are you talking about for the test drive map, a coupon code for the test drive? I mean, it's $11.11, so I mean, not sure that a coupon would do anything. I don't, there might be one, but okay, so there's the guide. There's that getting started again. I know we try to really drill it home. Daily support. Oh, I have no idea what it would be. I mean, you don't have to, I mean, it might be asking for one, but you don't have to fill it in. Maybe maybe use my Barry 15. I don't know. Maybe that'll work. But it's $11.11. Yeah, just ignore it then. Thank you, Em. So today is Wednesday, so I take a break between 12 and 1. And when I do, one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today is Wednesday, so it should be Jamie. I'll have to, I'll check. But somebody will take over for me between 12 and 1 in the YouTube room. So in the main room, I'll put the YouTube link in before I take my break, so you can head over there and listen to Jamie, if it is Jamie today. Also, Chris Varley is there between 3:30 and 4:30, Monday to Friday. A workhorse. He's also going to be setting something up on the weekend, for the test drivers. Because I shut down the main room at 3:30. So again, you can head over to YouTube between 3:30 and 4:30 to listen to Chris. Daily webinars. So I think this is Wednesday. So this is the one I help out on, the Q&A with Dan and Brad, a couple of co-founders of Trade Ideas. This will be the last webinar for 2 weeks, but you can sign up for them all here. And if you're new to trading, a great free resource, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. Some of you may know him. He put this together. Quick videos, introduction to charts, candlesticks, support and resistance, etc. It's a free resource. So if you're new to trading and you've got questions, please, I mean, trading is not easy. You have to have some of the basics behind you. Okay, so take a look at this if you're new to trading. Last, my scans. So I've got my race, the two races that you see are here. I showed you the 10-day daily breakdown because that OMI also showed up there. I've got some other scans that I am sharing, pre-market actives up and down, but these are the two that I concentrate on. Okay, the biggest racers are the biggest gainers from the open percent, and then the large cap gainers open percent, and I'll explain what those are. So here's my plug, guys. The room is free. There's a reason the room is free, because people, when they click on my link and they take out a subscription using my link, then the company knows that the room is, number one, paying for itself, and more than just that, it's has a great community, etc. So, and I do get a cut. So helps me if you save my link and then take out a subscription later on. But also, you save my link, then you can look at the education section and my scans anytime you want. Okay. All right. So now I want to talk about the races. Boy, this HPCO is just all, I'm watching it. I have very few thumbnail charts now. It's one of the ones, just because, it could get well, it's still active, obviously, but because of that float, all of a sudden, if the buyers come in a big way, yeah, it could really start to move because of that float. 2.4 million in the float, and buyer or traders are looking at this nonsense that happened the day it opened, when it got up to $42 not that long ago, back August 30th. So that's what traders are looking at, saying, like, what if? Not that it's going to get back up here, but what if it fills into 4? Okay, so what are the races all about? So all races start from a top list. So I'm going to right click on this race, and these are the two races I'm sharing. I'm going to open the top list. So all this is looking for, nothing fancy. If a stock is between $1 and $50 and the volume is at least 200,000 shares and it's up at least 2% from yesterday's close, it'll make this list. Now, let me explain what I mean by that. Before we had races, we still have top lists, obviously, but what you could do with the top list is any header that you had. So I've got relative volume, I've got the change from the open percent, change from the close percent, etc. Any one of these headers you can sort on. So if I double left click on the change from the open or from the close, double left click, I can see the stocks that are up the most from yesterday's close. So there's HPCO, 58%, HAPP, 48, etc. Okay. If I do the same thing, double left click on the change from the open, FLJ has moved 50% from its opening trade. Great. Excuse me. Great. But how am I going to use this to trade? I mean, it's nice to see, perhaps. Okay, these are the active stocks, but how am I going to actually use this to trade? And that's where the races come in. For instance, take a look at Sober. This has been an active one, SOBR. It's only up 3.4% right now. Okay, now it just went down to 2.7%. What if, for whatever reason, some news pops up against Sober and it starts moving from 2.7% to 5% to 10%, now 15% from the open? How would I ever know that? I suppose if I stared at this list, I could maybe find a stock that's moving, but why do that? Hence the races. So what the races do, I run 4-minute races. Okay, now it's up to you how long you want to run your races. I run 4. I know Chris Farley runs 3 minute races. Some might run 5. I picked 4 a few months ago and I've just stuck with it. There's no there's no scientific reason for it. I just decided 4 was for me. Okay. So what happens is every 4 minutes a new race will start. So we've got a little over 3 minutes for this race to finish. When you see APDN at 10.4% at the top of the leaderboard, that means that APDN, since this race started almost 3 minutes ago, has moved 10%. Okay. Well, Cozy Manuki, this is a free room. Okay. So obviously, the question is, why do I spend so much time promoting the software and how to use it instead of talking about stocks? Well, you got to put up with me for about 10 to 15 minutes at this time period promoting the company because it's a free website or free service. So of course, we want to get people to understand what the program is all about. And but other than that, I of course talk about stocks. So if you want to put me on mute for about 15 minutes a day from 10:20 or to 10:20 to 10:40, go for it. But that's it's a free room. So again, what happens is you'll see the stocks that are moving the most from when the race started, and then at the end of the race, a winner will be declared. There's APDN, obviously won the race. Okay, it was up 10%. And so the question I get a lot though is, okay, but how do I use this? Okay, great, it won a race. Am I supposed to take it? If I see a stock moving up on their leaderboard, am I supposed to take it? Not necessarily. All right, because this is where some chart reading experience comes in. Are you going to take a stock that is winning a race and is already up like five 15-minute candles in a row? Probably not. Maybe you're going to want to wait for a pullback. But the other beautiful thing about this is that it creates automatically a watch list for you. If you're new to trading, this creates a watch list for you that you can watch all day long. Instead of trying to create all sorts of different alert windows and top list windows and running around clicking on this alert and that alert, and trying to figure out, and getting overwhelmed by all the information coming at you, my my big recommendation, I mean, you don't have to use mine, you don't have to use my races, but you might want to start out with them if you're brand new, but you can always adjust. And by that I mean maybe you want a different price range, maybe you want a different minimum volume, maybe you want something, a little bit different. Maybe you want to follow your own stocks, you've got a basket of stocks that you like to follow. It could be a stocks that you've generated today, or maybe you just have a bunch of stocks that you like to follow every single day. You can do that. So what I do is once this, as this top 10 list has been created for me automatically, I'll click, Lucy won one race. All right. And but the fact that it won one race and now it hasn't won another one doesn't mean you have to necessarily ignore it. It could have been just resting. Okay, and not winning a race, maybe doing nothing, and later on in the day, maybe it starts to move again. So for instance, you might look at Lucy and saying, well, okay, maybe if it takes out this 285 level, maybe I want to know about it. So you create a price alert, put it right there. Okay. Or like I was saying with the PGY earlier, talking about specific stocks, Cozy Manuki, not the PGY, sorry, the Peggy. Said, okay, it won a race. Okay. I said, listen, if it pulled back to that 650 level, maybe if it meets your trading plan, the Royal U at 650, maybe you want to take that trade. And look what it did afterwards. It got up to what, 754. It's pulling back again. Maybe if it pulls back to another level that is of interest to you, maybe a certain moving average, etc. Maybe you want to take a look at it there. The bottom line is though, it creates a watch list for you all day long, so you don't have to go flitting around trying to find other stocks. Follow these stocks all day long. Even if you're not new to trading. I mean, listen, I've had trade ideas since 2010, just as a customer, like anybody else. I have pared down the number of alert windows and top list windows by probably 80%. Okay. And now I just concentrate on these two races. And I've got, yes, do I have some other scans? But look how few alerts I get. Two in here in the 10-day daily breakout and two in the 10-day daily breakdown. So I'm not distracted. So even if you're used to using trade ideas, I would like really recommend that you take a look at the races. I find it a tremendous hybrid between an alert window and a bunch of stocks that you want to follow in a top list window. The other thing that happens is really neat is that in the afternoon, all of a sudden out of nowhere, you can see a stock just surging in this window here. And you hadn't seen it all day long, and all of a sudden you see this stock just surging. Maybe there's some news or some Reddit group got a hold of it. Now, this particular race is a more volatile race. This race is less volatile. Okay, the reason it's basically the same idea, but all I did was I added a market cap of at least 500 million shares and a minimum float of 50 million, 50. So you're not going to get the wild percentage moves, but for some, this might be, especially if you're new. I mean, it's always wonderful to get into these ones when they're moving up, but remember, they can move down even faster than they move up. So, this might be more, suited to a person's trading plan to follow, these ones that are maybe a little more boring, but a lot less volatile. That's why you've got to practice trading. It could take you 3 months. I would never start trading until I at least practice probably for at least 3 months. And that's why you can use our simulator right there. Uses our real-time data. You don't even need a broker. All you need is our standard service, and you can use our simulator. All right, Omi. Still have some. So let's see if we can crack that 17. As Zach said, I think Zach said, yeah, there's the VWAP way up there. And I just got the grunt, grunt, grunt right there, 10.50. So every time OMI makes a new low, I'm going to see it here in my 10-day daily breakdown. You see it there at 17. This, I always like to organize. I mean, I have very few alert windows now, okay? These are the only two I've really got that I pay that much attention to. And the reason I like having the don't repeat, that's what the DR means. So I can see where the very first alert was for the stock and the time. Then I can go back in time and say, okay, what did it do from there? Okay, so obviously at 9:40, I had the alert at 1775. Now here it is. It's CCJ, which I did not take, which I wish I had. 2209. Now it's at 21. It got down to what, 2145, things like that. So that's why I like to have them side by side. And Kozimanuki, why don't you give a suggestion for something to take a look at? You can always do that. I'll take a look at anything. I mean, guys, you can, you can get all the time, what do I think of this? What do I think of that? It's my opinion only, of course, but, why don't you do that? Boy, look at DraftKings, guys, still. Whew. So DraftKings, the low yesterday was 1256. Okay. Yeah, well, we talked about it in the pre-market. for Moderna. We talked about it in the pre-market. I don't know if you're listening. Yeah, I mean, the conjecture was, could this possibly last? I had obviously some very interesting news with Merck and all, but I'm not going to tell any. Like, if you're in this room because you think I'm going to say, okay, guys, everybody should be short Merck or Moderna at 140. This is not the room. I am not a financial advisor. I have to be very careful of what I say. It's not, believe it's not hard for me to be careful because I'm just not a financial advisor. I can point out opportunities, and if it makes sense, if you have a trading plan and it makes sense to your trading plan, if you listen to some of the things I'm saying, you say, yeah, I get it. Okay, I see that Peggy on a pullback, taking out that level, that meets my trading style. Okay. All right. Take a look at the dice. I mean, the dice has got this financing overhang on it. It also has a couple of upgrades and all that. So the dice is still, I mean, I'd be, as an example, I mean, if it took out that 40 level, I'm going to stick an alert around 39.87. Could get interesting on a short. And it is Jamie. Jamie must be listening to me. So it is Jamie today, or he was listening to me. So it will be Jamie at noon, taking over for me in our YouTube room. Okay, so the question was, how can I make the candles wider in the chart windows? Okay, so if you go to the chart that you want, left click on it, just so this Trade Ideas knows that that's the chart you're in. So just left click on the chart, and then keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard. And then assuming you have a scroll wheel on your mouse, just scroll in and out. Okay, so again, there he is. How you doing, James? Okay, that Nick, did it help? Okay, great. Boy, but if this only takes out 17 again. So, why did I take it? Met my trading plan. I looked left, nothing, nothing to see for like way under $13 or so. So that's what got me excited about this. The fact that it happened to be an AI alert, just gravy, but also on my 10-day daily breakdown. So, but just because it's an AI alert doesn't necessarily mean I take the trade. Here's another one just getting hammered here, guys. EHAB. Look at EHAB. This is almost a lifetime, well, 11% within that range, but a lifetime low. I guess this was it an IPO? Was it a SPAC? I just never know anymore. But anyway, started trading as the symbol EHAB back middle of August. And it's, been like most stocks, has not had a great run. I mean, it's tough to, commit to being long right now, even if the market has that pop. I mean, there's just so many people, of course, like myself, who just want to sell every pop. So lots of doom and gloom in the market, guys. So, I mean, this is why, yes, The volatile ones that are appearing in this biggest gainers from the open percent, typically they don't care as much about what the market is doing. They're kind of that the classic alpha stock that kind of trades on their own, not caring that much about what its sector is doing, not caring that much about what the market is doing within reason. All right, guys, we got that break. We got that break underneath 17 now for OMI. So as an example, Cozy Minuki, did you hear me talk about OMI? I mean, look at the daily. Look at this daily. To really expand this, to take a look to see where the next low is, had to go back. I mean, the next low is down here around 1360, guys. So, and I'm never saying it's going to get there, but if I see a chart that looks like this and there's no chart support, I drool. I mean, it's that simple. Hey, sorry about that, guys. I'm back. Okay, let's take a look at some of these ones. The Lyft had an upgrade today. Yeah, it's just too choppy for me. Wow, yeah, I did see that Foxo earlier. Low float, 24 million, not crazy low. It's low, but not crazy low. So guys, let me quickly show you how you can take a trade, okay, using this B plus window. And how you can practice. And even if you're a veteran, how you can, maybe you have a new strategy that you'd like to test out. You can practice in the simulator. Okay, so I put this link called Brokers Plus in the rooms. If you click on the link there, you'll see there is a short video. Look at Omi. Guys, we say it every now and then, but all sometimes you need is one good trade. Just one good trade. Anyway, there's the Brokerage Plus link has two videos. There's a short video that shows you if you have an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? The second video, a lot longer, goes into way more detail. And by the way, Jamie, who will be taking over from me between 12 and 1 in the YouTube room, he's a big user of Brokerage Plus and he has an E-Trade account. So if you have questions like that using Brokerage Plus, and not necessarily if you might have an IB account, okay, but if you want to practice simulation trading, paper trading, but Jamie's an expert at using Brokerage Plus. So if you have more detailed questions, I go over it very generally, but if you have more detailed questions, you can head over to YouTube when I do take my break in about an hour, okay? So I like to demonstrate its use as a simulator. Oh, and just by the way, if you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas, okay? We get that question a bit. Is that, do I have to have an IB or E-Trade account to use Trade Ideas? No, no, no. It just means you don't have access to this feature that we've got, but we're a scanner. It doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. Now, also, this is only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, this is not available. So as I say, I like to demonstrate its use as a simulator. So if you load Brokerage Plus, this is how you do it. Click on New and then Brokerage Plus, and then this is the window that you'll see. It'll see, and you might have different headings, of course, but it should say not connected. If you look at the ask right beside, there's a box. It should say not connected. Click on the not connected. Oops, sorry. First, click on SIM. So you'll see there are two options underneath Brokerage Plus. One says live and one says SIM. Click on the simulation. That not connected will turn to account. It will. There you go. Turns to account. And if I click on account, simulated trading default. So what you're seeing here, these are two trades that I had from yesterday in the simulator. Okay, I just want to get rid of them. I'll explain how you can actually use this to practice swing trading. Back. Okay, now I'm in the simulator. So now you can practice trading, guys. All you have to do is just click on an alert or a symbol, and the symbol will show up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade, bid ask. If it's a tight bid ask, you can just go and click on buy and then click send, and now you're in a trade. There is a slightly easier way in which you can get into a trade very quickly. I don't want to call this a strategy. It's just something that we've created to, for people who are new, so that they can click on the buy button and get into a trade. Now, the buy button, if it's grayed out, make sure you have to have our latest version of Trade Ideas. Okay, so if you go to the our homepage, make sure you have the latest version of Trade Ideas. I would actually use the beta. It's fine. So if your buy sell buttons are grayed out, and that just means you don't have the latest version of Trade Ideas. Okay, super simple to use. Let's take a look at one. So a couple ways you can do this. If I looked at HAP right now and I thought, well, you know what? Maybe I want to take it on a pullback. Maybe that's not a great example. Take a look at Kura. Okay, let's take a look at Kura. Now you might say, it's too extended for me right now. But if it pulled back to 1470, maybe I want to know about it. Maybe I want to take that trade. So you click on the buy button, left click on it. Crosshairs appears. You get that dotted line where you want to take the trade. and left click to release it. And now you have an order. It'll take at 1471. Now it automatically puts a stop at the low of the day. That's why I'm saying this is not a strategy. Okay, this is just a quick way to get people used to, how to use them. You can of course assign your own type of strategy to the buy button. What this is doing is if this goes down to if this KURA goes down to 1471, it'll take $5,000 worth of stock, which in this particular case, it'll be $333 or 333 shares, okay? Because the stop's down here. Now you can always take that stop and move it anywhere you want, but I don't want to overcomplicate it. This is just a quick way in which you can get into a trade. Because I know a lot of people like to play pullback. So again, you think this, if it's pullback. Now, I just use that level. You, in your trading plan, maybe you want a different level. Of course, if you could have put it at the top, like above the current price, maybe if it broke above maybe a moving average or the VWAP or, whatever that might be, you can, of course, you could have adjusted that blue line above the current price. Now, if you get into a trade and you don't exit the trade at the end of the day, then it becomes a swing trade. So that's how you can practice swing trading. And again, it uses our real-time data, so you don't even need a broker. So interesting with the AI, if you miss it the first time, the 1807, you had a second opportunity almost an hour later to get into it from the AI. A couple of short opportunities. So, and the AI is part of our premium service. And if you have our premium service, all I would do is click on new and then premium AI, old, I keep wanting to say AI/Holly. I guess we don't call it Holly anymore. So premium AI strategy trades window. Okay. And this is the window that you'll see. It's all you need. Don't overcomplicate it. You'll have an entry, you'll have an exit. You don't have to get it. Look, I didn't get into this at 1807. I waited. I always like to wait for a whole number break. That's me personally. And I will never auto trade. Okay. Never, 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 never will I auto trade. I'm a person who I want to click on the alert. I don't care where it comes from, be it the AI or something that's generated on my scans. I'll take a quick look at the chart, see what the market's doing, and then I make up my mind if I want to take the trade. Mm-hmm. This reference to Space Odyssey. And you know why it's called HAL, right? Most people don't. You got it. One letter before IBM, each letter. You got it. Most people don't know that. Well, I shouldn't say most people. So I see Uber's having a bit of a lift also, along with Lyft with that upgrade. Boy, Omi, this has been just a sensational short. This is, print this chart out, guys, a 15-minute chart. This is what you want to see. Only had that little blip here, that I was waiting on this one just to see, but I'm sorry, it was up here. But I mean, this has been in essence straight down. And even, this is a bit of a giant red candle. Sometimes it's better to have more orderly candles down instead of one giant one because that can, get people thinking, okay, it's capitulated. But right now, this has been marvelous. Now, at some point, I'm seeing that it is showing up on Zach's bounce plays, but of course, it showed up at 1766 right there, and it didn't bounce there. 1608, now 1594. I mean, at some point, yeah, it'll probably be a bounce play at some point. Well, let's call it oh my instead of Omi. Oh my, look at this thing move. Yeah, Zach, you just mentioned ILAG. Ooh, on the way down. Ooh, it is shortable for me too. All right. What's the low looking left yesterday? 422. This Foxo's on a bit of a mission here, guys. 24 million in the float after the company announced its insurance distribution subsidiary recruited its first distribution partner, et cetera, to begin rollout in California. Okay, so had some news. FOXO had some news. So looking left for Foxo, the next high 156, and then after that 180. Do the same thing with the Foxo. Let's put a buy order in. If it pulls back to 132, see what happens. Now, of interest, I haven't been using this. This is just sort of the flip version. This is the large cap losers from the open. It's just sort of the flip version of the large cap gainers from the open. I haven't been using this too much. I put it up a couple of days ago. And look who's on the top here. Won 8 races, Omi. So I can give this to you guys if you want. There's the docs, which I know was getting trashed earlier. I don't know if it's popped a little bit. Yeah, I guess it's had a bit of a bounce. I can give this to you, the large cap losers from the open. For those of you who don't mind shorting, large cap losers from the open. There you are. Oh, large capital losers. Okay. Okay, so you can have that if you want. All right, guys. Sorry, I'm just continuing to watch this one drift down. Well, I think your target of 22, I think that's gone by the wayside, Mr. Baird. So again, news does matter, guys. You know, I don't get seduced by it or married to it or anything like that, but it is a good idea to understand sometimes why a stock is doing something. You know, and so in Omai's case, they don't have earnings till the second, but they're forewarning that their guidance is going to be below estimates and EPS below estimates. So that's the reason. I mean, they don't actually have earnings until the second, but they're just sort of preparing the market that not going to be good. So this may as well be an earnings play. Okay, guys, so I'm going to have to get out of the simulator. I don't know, Jamie, if you can see, if you actually can see my screen, if you're still in the room. This is the issue that I've got when I'm in the simulator and my chart loading gets delayed. All right, Gatto Silver, guys. So yeah, I looked at this one earlier. I just thought there might be too much resistance between the current price and this 330 level. So I decided not to. I took a pass on that. All right, let's take a look at. Yeah, again, that whole number for me is so important. So I still have some left just in case it does another huge capitulation, but cover some more just before 16 on the OMI. So I don't have very much left, but just in case, I mean, it got all the way down to 1556 as it started to climb up towards 16. I mean, look at this market. Yeah, I mean, what Dak is talking about. I mean, overall, this market is just so insanely choppy. Look at this. I mean, look at this 15-minute chart on the SPY. Topping tails, bottoming tails. No, I wish that I don't have shorts for this one. HKD getting trash. Get back to where you belong, which is basically zero. Trashed, is that a bad word? Okay. All right, guys. Let's see if anything new is showing up. Well, I mentioned the sober. I find this a very difficult intraday trader also along the lines of the finger, FNGR. Look at the topping tails and bottoming tails on the daily chart. Got to understand what that means. At some point the prices are way up here, got sold all the way down, or the price was down here. I mean, to me, it's just difficult to intraday trade this one. SOBR. And I might be completely wrong about the Gatto. I mean, the Gatto. Yeah, maybe it breaks right through all this. It just doesn't meet my trading plan, which means I want to see more room looking left. Yeah, HPCO too messy. There was something wrong with it, guys, because with 2.4 million in the float, it had basically earnings today. With that sort of a float, and the fact that it hit whatever 41, $42 back in August, you would have thought there'd be a lot more action on this, in this area, getting traders enthusiastic about it, but it just didn't happen. And you notice all these green lines, these are previous price alerts. So yes, they hit, and then they dropped immediately. They never held. So that is the reason why, I never, rarely, I shouldn't say never, but rarely do I try to anticipate something that's going to happen. In other words, I don't look at this stock and go, you know what, I think it's going to move. I'm not going to wait for my 350 break. I'll take it at 330 because I think it's going to happen. I just rarely do that. I'd rather give up 10 cents. And when I say try to be right, I mean just because even if it had taken this and on volume and moved up doesn't necessarily mean it would have kept moving higher. I just like to have a little more of the odds in my favor. So I rarely, I don't say, it's going to happen, so take it early. I rarely do that. Aha, Alcoa. Whoa, look at Alcoa. My goodness. Okay, ban on Russian aluminum. Okay, excuse me, Russian aluminum, or if JK's in the room, aluminium. Okay, so anyway, so look at Alcoa. Take a look at CENX. Take a look at CENX. My guess is doing exactly the same thing. And there it is. Okay, guys. So yeah. Oh, Dak got it. Okay. Now, does it mean it's going to happen? And also, Alcoa has earnings this week or next week. Sorry. I guess today's Wednesday. So next Wednesday it has earnings. Now the highs here for Alcoa, the next high looks like about 40.39. Is that right? Oh no, let's see, it's way above that now. So 43.87, not saying it's getting there, but there is the next high looking left, 43.87. Let's see if that has any sort of a pullback. Well, that's always the $1 million question, Dak. Yeah, I mean, how much is a rumor like that will this be sustained? Remember, ways ban. It didn't say yes, we are banning it as of this second. And yeah, it got halted. CENX got halted on the way up. So look at where it could open, guys. So this was, if it's a 5-minute halt, so 11:24 plus 15 seconds. So in about 15 seconds, if this is a 5-minute halt, this will open. Look at the potential open, 6:30, 6:30. Halted at 597. Again, this is from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. Interactive Brokers, time and sales. And it didn't open. Okay, so again, typically they are 5-minute halts, but in this case, it's going to be longer than a 5-minute halt. So if it's not a 5-minute halt, usually they're multiples of 5. So this might be a 10-minute halt. And how do I know all this or when it was halted? There's our halts resumes. Okay, CENX at 11:19 plus 15 seconds. The volatility halt. But you can see how usually they are 5-minute halts. Look at the Peggy before, 9:56 plus 3 seconds, open at 10:01 plus 3 seconds. Usually they are 5-minute halts. All right, OMI is now struggled to keep over 16 anyway. What's so good about that news about if the White House decides to ban aluminum from Russia? Well, I mean, well, just think about it. I mean, if you're an aluminum company, less competition, if you will. I mean, that would be the initial knee-jerk reaction. I don't understand why you would think that, Lester. Why would it? Well, that's more geopolitical for sure, Zach. But anyway, Peggy, look at Peggy again. It's just so strong on that pullback. Here you go, Lester. All right, guys. Omi is still in drift down mode. Yeah, people who were in this one were begging for it to open after 5 minutes because now, as Zach is pointing out, the bid is dropping just a little bit. It was at 6:30, I think. So again, 11:29 plus 15 seconds, if this is going to be a 10-minute halt. So that'll be in about a minute if it is a 10-minute halt. Yeah, I would dispute that 15% RCRX that you're talking about. So here's another one. Sugar. Here's another one that I missed. I'm saying missed because this showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown at 11:13 at 7:41, and I guess did it get halted on the way down? I don't see the halt, but look at it now, 681 from 741. I mean, this used to be my favorite scan, the 10-day daily breakdown. I mean, it still is like a real favorite when the market's doing this. Did not get very many alerts from it, which is what I want. I have very tough filters in here, very tough filters. Oh, what a great short that was. I just can't get over how whippy this finger is every single day. Big topping tails, bottoming tails, up, down, up, down. Wow, Omi, this has just made not quite a new low, almost a new low. Right down here, I guess that's the low of 1556. So I don't have too much left, but listen, enough that if it keeps moving down, I'll be happy. Didn't see Sava pop up anywhere. Let's take a look at Sava. At news, up, down. Yeah. Wow. Anybody get that CNTE short? That's almost as good as the OMI when you look on a percentage basis. Okay, guys. What do I see here? So yeah, the APDN did never took it. What news did this one have? The KNTE. Okay, this is all the corporate shuffle. No real reaction though after hours because that news hit. The news that I can see hit just after the market closed yesterday, but I don't see a major reaction. Or I'm sorry, corporate updates, not a corporate shuffle. But so there's a massive delayed reaction to this. That's the only news I can see for KNTE. And I didn't really see it in the pre-market. It must not have traded very much in the pre-market. I did not see this in the pre-market at all. I wish I had have. Obviously did not meet one of my filter requirements, but because that is just a massive drop, $11 down to 624, guys. Wow. All right, guys, 11:35. So in about 25 minutes, Jamie will be taking over for me in the YouTube room. Well, the 11th commandment, thou shalt not chase. Like, wow, this has just been. Did anybody mention this one in the room? The KNTE earlier? If you did, oh, shoot, I missed that one. But I missed it here. I mean, that, right? Even if I missed your comment, I missed it here. I must have been doing something else because that is just awesome. 741, 591. So you might say, wow, you're too late. It's already gone from 10 to 7. Nope. So that was at 11:19. Okay. So I had the alert at 11:13. Yeah. The volume must have been so low at the beginning. Yeah. Oh, well, there will be others. Well, Lester, I mean, you're asking, is it good for a bounce buy? At some point, it might be, but at some point, if you're new to trading, and I'm not just talking to you, Lester, but if you're new to trading, bounces and toppers, looking for stocks are short when you think they've gone parabolic up, or stocks that looking for bounces, stocks that have gone parabolic on the way down. They're not easy. Okay, they're not easy. After the fact, they look obvious, but they're not easy. To figure out, well, where is it going to bounce if it's going to bounce? It's just not easy. Definitely not for new traders. And it's a classic. I mean, Zach's bounce plays are, they give you the idea at the beginning, but you can't just take the trade the minute you get the alert. I mean, look at Omi at 1766, and then later on 1608, 1594. These are just alerts. But what if you'd said, "Oh, I guess I'll take this at 1766." I mean, you should never get killed on any trade because you have to have a stop. But here's the KNTE 696 gets down to 604. We're getting all these alerts. That's why it's really hard to time. Where am I going to take it? Where am I going to take it? Glad you could take advantage of it, Sam. So all I've got right now, guys, is still some of the OMI on the short, which is almost $2. I was in at 1782 on the short. Keep an eye on that dice. I mean, it may just hang around that 40 level. I don't know if the actual price has been. So they've got a $250 million stock offering. It just the price has not been determined. Based on the way it's trading, it looks like it could be around the 40 level. Look at this. It's just really hard to look at a 15-minute chart in the SPY when you get all this choppiness. Somebody says, it's difficult times to trade. Whoa. Shoot, I know you mentioned this one before, and I just, again, I just lost sight of it. ILAG. What a great short that was. And that was Zach. I know I mentioned that one earlier. Now, 426 is the low looking left. Maybe that holds it. I know it's showing up on your potential bounce play. Now, look at rum, guys. Rum, another big leg down. Look at this rum. I don't know if there's any specific news on it or nobody cares about it anymore for a while anyway. 1725 high. So guys, if you're into shorting, I know I gave you this one, the large cap losers from the open, basically the flip of the large cap gainers from the open. Pretty tough to commit to something like this, but certainly the large cap losers from the open. You know what? I forgot to even look at CNX when it resumed. Yeah, it's kind of hanging in there though. I guess if you, well, I mean, I guess if you did short it up in this area, but it's popped back up, CENX. And I think the AA did the same thing. It wasn't halted. AA never got halted, but it looks virtually the same as the CENX with the topping tails and the bottoming tails on that second 15-minute candle. Loco's kind of hanging around. I thought this would, I was really itching about this one to short it, the Pollo Loco, but it is not doing it. Had a special dividend, 150. Popped after hours yesterday. You can see that pop, that mauve area right there. That's the after hours action. Held all that in the pre-market and it's kind of holding the same. But I was thinking that this would turn into maybe a delicious short. And there is the pop. Yeah, I mean 583 KNTE. So I did not take it. Position in range, so it's not even at the all-time low, though my guess is, let's take a look here. I don't know how much further. I don't know if this started trading as KNTE here back in 2020, December of 2020. Maybe it was another symbol. Sort of remember that. So what I'm looking for is the next low looking left, and I just don't see it. See, here's the problem with Kura, Kura, as I see it anyway. When you look left, I mean, it's a great looking daily candle. I mean, awesome. I mean, it's up, dollar, almost 8%. But when you look left, look at all the action at around 15. So it's at 1503 right now. So when you look left, the next high is 1510, 1508, 15. You get one at 1517. All this stuff to get through. That's why it's just not appealing to me. If all this weren't here, imagine if all of this weren't here and I was looking left and the next high was, up at around 18. We should be all over something like this because of the potential to fill in that gap. Now, again, doesn't mean that, this is going to stall it. Let's see if there's any news on it. Yeah, I don't see any specific news on it. I mean, these are so choppy. Look at this FLJ, up, down, big topping tail, big sell-off. Really tough. And it's funny, it's 169 million in the float. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, what time is it? 11:51. So Jamie should be showing up any moment now, maybe 5 minutes or so, 5, 10 minutes in our YouTube room. So it was an IPO. Thank you, Casa. So it was an IPO. It wasn't a simple name change. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to put the YouTube link into the main room. And if you have more detailed questions about using Brokerage Plus, Jamie is your man. All right, just taking it. Boy, this HPCO, I think this is, yeah, this is, looks pretty dead to me. Okay, Zach's talking about Brazilian corn, ADM, bad for ADM. There you go. Flour milling. Okay, I know some of you are following IMUX, IMUX. It's had a really choppy day, but trying to come back a bit. Maybe if it takes out this 820, 830 mark, it might have another run in it. But a very choppy day, guys, for IMUX. Just witness that daily candle so far. You look at the topping tail, the bottoming tail. Eva, let's take a look at Eva. I've seen this one over and over again. Another one, what a great short that was. Somebody asked me about Eva in the pre-market, in fact, and there was no volume. I remember, I can't remember who it was. I can't remember if it was in the YouTube room or in the main room. That was you, Deal Runner. Okay, yeah, I remember there was just no volume. And I think you asked, was there, I remember this bottoming tail. You asked, was there news? And didn't see any. But now, I don't know if they, you know what, this didn't hit Interactive Brokers anyway, but I can see this Blue Orca. Zach can tell me whether or not these guys are credible or not, but did not see that when you asked. You must have asked just before 9:23 because I'm seeing some news now at 9:23 Eastern time, of course. Too bad. I wish I'd seen that. Again, I don't know Blue Orca very much. I don't know how credible they are, but another, if they are, they're obviously pretty credible because this is just trash this stock. Hmm. Too bad. Okay, what I'm going to do, guys, I'm just waiting for Jamie to show up. I'm just going to put my announcement in. Where could this go? I mean, where is the, so position in lifetime range? So it's about halfway between the high and the low. It's all-time high and all-time low. Hmm. Yeah, Foxo. No, look at that. It didn't, it just almost touched it. Hi, Jamie. James.
Barry.
James, how are you?
Hola, how are you?
Well, I'm good. I'm good. How you feeling? You liking the market? Hating the market?
Well, I tell you what, Barry. I caught
Oh,
a
just
I
give me
caught
one.
out of the side of my ear you were talking about FLJ,
Yes. Just
and
give me one moment, okay? Just give me one
yeah,
moment.
yeah.
Okay, guys, in the main room, I'm going to shut it down, okay? So I'm going to put you guys on mute. Okay, you talking about I was talking about FLJ, yes?
Right. So I'm gonna go ahead and grab the screen here. Okay. So see when it was doing this little thing right here.
Oh, yes.
I pulled it up because it was coming across my races, and I'm like, but what struck me was the volume. Look at this 5-minute volume down here,
Mm-hmm.
and the relative volume. I'm like, it's possible that thing could do nothing doing that type of volume, but the risk was literally a dime in this
Right.
little range right here. So I'm like, yeah, go ahead. And then boom, boom, boom. So now I've had some other good trades today, but that was the best one by far. And it was, you know, pretty low hanging fruit, but those don't show up very often, but it worked today. So yay.
Exactly. Well, my best trade by far has been OMI, OMI. I mean, it was an AI alert, but it was also showing up on one of my other scans. And as you know, Jamie, all I do is look left on a daily chart,
Yep.
and there was nothing until
Hmm.
about 1350. And so that well, that got me into the trade. So that by far was my best trade.
Yeah, it's in the abyss. I like those trades as well.
Oh yeah.
But
And it had
yeah.
news. It's actually not theoretically an earnings play, but they basically come out and said, hey, our earnings aren't going to be good. So it was a guidance play. It may as well be an earnings play. So there was some news to sustain the downturn in it. So that was my best one, and that's my video today. for
Yeah, and it's
sure.
always nice to have a little affirmation from a statistical standpoint via the
Yep.
AI, you know?
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Somebody asked me, do I trade the AI? Say, I don't look at the AI any differently from any of my other scans. If I get an alert there and it meets my trading plan, I'll take it. If it doesn't, I don't take it. It's really that simple.
Absolutely. All right, my friend. Well, I'm sure
Okay.
you're eager to take your break, so I'll see you back here in about an hour.
Are you good to go to one, or do you have to leave early?
No, I'm fine.
Okay. Okay, cool. I'll put myself on mute now.
All right, we'll see you later. Hello, everybody. Let me grab my pen here. Where are you hiding, pen? There it is. Okay. All right, good to go. So hopefully everybody can hear and see my screen. Hello, Iris. What do we got here? UVE coming across a little too late. I think I saw that one earlier, right about this point. Just did not take it because the volume levels were a little lacking, but that's not really keeping a lot of things from moving this morning. This is another one um, that I kind of passed and kind of kicking myself for on that INVA, but oh well. Taking it nice and slow today as the market appears to be doing as well. Nice little range we've gotten ourselves into here today, but starting to wedge up. Looks like we might Fitch. There it goes again. All right. Well, get to hear the text to speech scream out all the ones that I'm not in right now, but comes with the territory. Okay, so I think, give me 1 second here. If there is, okay, Iris, you were, is there some confusion about the welcome screen on the Market Explorer? Oh, DEA. This thing was holding up nice, but not anymore. Let me just check my stop on that one. Okay, well, I'll either get stopped out on this one or I won't. We're just going to let it sit. Okay, so Market Explorer, let's just take a peek here. Now I've got a Market Explorer window up over here, but it just kind of sits over here and I'll scan those guys. I haven't been taking a whole lot of swings here lately, but that's what that one's looking at. Things that are bouncing off that 10 period, as we can see from Alcoa, which had a nice little unexpected rip on some aluminum type news. But if we go to new and we spawn a new Market Explorer window, at first you're just going to see the welcome screen. All right. To see all the strategies that are available to you. And of course, we can click on the Market Explorer User's Guide for all the details. But when we right click, we have to first select a strategy, select from one of these topics, and then you're going to have additional submenus under there. So that's the way you first get something in there. Let's say you like gaps, gap down fill. There you go. But that's how you get past the welcome screen. Okay. Once again, yes, this is the blue screen. What happens when you right click? Do you get this pop-up menu? Right click in the blue screen, then we can select a strategy. So yes, when you first go new Market Explorer, you're just going to get the blue screen. You have to right click and then select a strategy to view, or a strategy folder and then the specific strategy. MACD trend play, boom. Aha. Okay, so it was the right click that was getting you. Okay. Easy enough. And FLJ almost all the way back down here. Tell you what, if it gets back down into the, let's see, the low is 56, 55. That's where it was chopping around when I first got it in the 60s. If it comes back down here and holds these levels, I will, I'll take another stab at it. See what happens. What's ridiculous is this volume. Remember, one, that's right, one is normal relative volume. And divide by 100 here gives you the multiple on the 5-minute level. So just crazy volume. We'll see what it does. In the meantime, if anybody has any questions, just go ahead and pop them on in the questions panel there. Yes, Patrick, DEA had so much promise. It just goes to show you sometimes the ones with lackluster volume continue. And of course, it looked like it was going to hold this level, but much to my chagrin, it did not. But losers come with the territory. Let's see here. No volume in RLX. Just chopping around up here. 10 periods holding up. It might decide it wants to attack highs later. We'll see. All right, looks like we got about the normal size crowd in here. But if you have a question about anything, don't be timid. Let me see here, Aya. Let me get into Sim. We'll just pick something at random here. But you know what? The RLX looks just as good as anything. Let me clear out this old position in my Sim. Okay, and you were saying use VWAP stop. Yeah, and despite what Barry was saying earlier, I know my way around Brokerage Plus. I'm by far not the most efficient with it, but we'll give it a pop here. Let me get something on the blotter. Okay, and wanting to use VWAP as the stop. Which I would have to do that from a strategy-oriented play. because obviously it's not available through the right click menu. So hold on a second, I'm gonna have to redo this. Got to do some account reassigning here. Hold on one sec. No such thing as a dumb question, John. Relative volume in a single stock window based on its trading history. Yeah, I want to say it's a 10-day smooth out average. I could be wrong on the number of days. There's so many filters I try to keep up with here. But the bottom line is that when you see relative volume, for example, look at RLX right here. All right. Compared to what the stock normally trades, it's on pace to finish trading 3.75 times normal volume. So relative to what it normally trades. So, if you see a stock with 1, it's just on pace to do its normal volume, right? If you're hitting a 10, it's on pace to finish 10x normal volume. Of course, volume can dry up in the middle of the day, and relative volume will adjust, but it's a little slower, right? Yeah, I'm still looking over here. Aya, hold on a second. Now, Aya, take a look here. Okay, is this what you're referencing right here from the risk management panel on your stop loss? Is this what you're talking about right here, though? Right. So we go to filter and we go to VWAP. Just want to make sure that's what you're referencing. Any particular one? Just VWAP 1? Okay. All right. So let's see. We'll get rid of no hold time. We'll keep VWAP 1. Fix shares. Make sure my time is good. Okay. So let me activate that strategy. Should be my chart buttons. And we'll just pick something at random here. Okay, INVA. And we'll just get it to where it executes here. Okay. So now you can see I've got the INVA position, right? How'd those piton orders get in there? Are those old? Yeah, those are old orders. So let me get rid of those. Do-do-do-do-do. Let's see, I've already got a black line on there. Let's pick purple. Okay, what's my stop on INVA? Stop price 13 cents. Oh, 13.59. Okay. So what time frame? On my 15, it's showing 1284's VWAP. VWAP stop right below all the other VWAPs. Yeah, I used, if we go to the strategy tab, I used this strategy here. VWAP $1. Give me 1 second here. Yep, another low volume continuation. See, the stop right here is showing a stop price of 13 cents. So that's, Iris, this isn't really a strategy. Well, it's a strategy technically, but it's setting up your buy and sell buttons here. See here? That's just my default market, my default buy and sell buttons on, do I want to go long or short, right? So we could call it a strategy, but it's really just a script. You know, it's an order entry script. You're getting 41 in this field right here, Aya. Closing order at 13.59. Hold on, it's been a while since I tooled around with this, so give me a second. Do. Okay, so that's my profit target. We'll just leave that alone. But my stop loss, that's what's weird right there. Profit target, stop, price of 13 cents. I mean, that's literally the stop price. And you're getting 41. Okay, well, let's try that. What do you say? VWAP. Okay. I hear you. There we go. Okay, we'll just do it again here. We'll just flatten that fake trade real quick. Okay, now let's try a different one. Heck, let's just do one on the SPY. Well, that is active. Okay, it's currently at 938. Okay. Now, see the stop right here? Pretty well, that purple line is kind of hard to see here. So let's go in here, put a different color on that guy. Okay, looking at the 5-minute there. Now, curious, what time frame are you watching there? I am because I mean this is going to change a little bit for every time frame. It looks like. I mean it's close, but let's look at the stop price of 911. Okay, we'll go back to the 5. I mean the value is going to stay the same. Is that what you're? Of course, I can't say that you're in the stock, exact same stock as I am. So you tell me, does that make sense, or is that what you've been getting? Something similar? Yep, that's what I got. Okay, so now, well, I thought I'd 358.68. Okay, so now we've got SPY on the blotter. And that doesn't look, if this is VWAP here, right? Well, then it looks like it's not working. All right, I see your question there, Jonathan. Is TI strength based on relation to SPY or just its past? Okay, good question. So for example, you can see right here, I've got my TI strength window up, and these are updated every week, right? And this is just showing us things that are relatively strong in the market, but what is behind them, right? For the actually, it is the strength filter, which it's been so long since I pulled up this individual filter. I'm forgetting what it's called. Hold on a sec here. But we've got oh goodness, my mind is gone right now. What is the name of that filter? So these are manually generated using one of our filters that I can't remember the name of right now. Um, but we're looking at relative strength on the daily. So hold on, let me refresh my brain here. All right, while I'm waiting on an answer for that, you're going to get 5 strength plays. And if you notice my daily chart over here, we're looking at relative strength. And if you'll notice relative strength down here in the bottom margin, most of these or all of these are typically going to have, when the plays came out on Monday, high relative strength, holding up better in a down market than a lot of the other stocks, right? Now, the filter that I was thinking about earlier is the stock composite rating. Okay. So if we click on that guy, this is one of the filters that was developed by Andy and I think Michael Noss. Um, stock composite rating. All right. This one is going to fold in fundamental and technical aspects. So this is also a good filter to use when you're looking for stocks that are fundamentally strong and technically strong as well. So Jonathan, in a nutshell, things that are holding up in this bear market that we're in. I have turbo brakes relative volume like you, but less data. Can you show your settings or share that? Okay, turbo brakes. Boy, takes me back to the olden times because the one you see right here is not the original. Matter of fact, I probably need to change the name of that window simply because if you look in here, I've got this pointed to my liked personal list. Now I'm looking for the same patterns that I used to use my old school turbo breaks for, but this one is just looking at the symbols that I've liked thus far. And the stocks or the symbols that I've liked thus far are all of the race winners in the first hour. Okay, so I'm watching my stock races, and these are all 1 minute races, right? So every time a stock wins a race right off the open, I click on it, click on the chart, I hit the liked button, and it feeds this list. So after about 15 minutes into the open, as the stocks that I've liked are hitting new highs while I'm pulling them up, I'm seeing if they meet my criteria, which is just a simple opening range break. So if we're looking at Gato here on the 5 minute, for Gato would have been right here. As this high, if we draw a line down here at the low, boom, 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 comes up here and pecks around, takes another turn and goes. Okay, breaks that little level of uh, consolidation that it put in there, and now it's moving higher, right? Now, let me show you what the old version looked like. I'm sure I've got it in my cloud here. Okay, let me go way back just to make sure I'm getting the, okay, this is probably a older version. Okay, so remember, this is only looking at my liked list. I have no filters. I just want to know when any of those stocks is hitting a new high. But if I come over here and show you this config, this is more like what the old config looked like. Now, this was created probably over 10 years ago. Now, the market was a little bit different, okay? The market's constantly changing. So the key factor here is that this one was only looking at stocks with a 4 billion market cap or higher, and some other, basic filtering. Relative volume's got to be above 1.2, but it was really keying off of stocks hitting highs because the alert remains the same, and using 1 minute volume. If it's hitting a high and popping 3 times normal 1 minute volume or higher, then I wanted to see it. Don't really use that anymore because these stocks are doing crazy 1 minute volumes and they'll go to sleep. So this is the older version. This is like more of the original version. Um, the turbo, meaning it's doing exceptionally high 1 minute volume, but I don't really use that config anymore. Not to say you couldn't get some good plays out of it, um, but most of the time this window is going to be moving way too fast. In the original version, now I'm remembering, didn't even have this. Okay, so just basic filtering. And when you remove that, if you look at the history on this thing, I mean, it's just going to be spitting out things left and right. A little hard to keep up with. Okay, so the way I'm using it now is it's just much easier to keep. It's the races help me narrow down my universe, but I'm still looking for the same pattern. It's just a lot easier to manage, and the race winners are showing me the stocks that typically are going to have that high volume that I'm looking for. All right, FLJ got close. 255, never really got back down to where it was. So, Jonathan, I hope that makes sense. Okay, Jonathan, for example, at 10:30, you transfer the list. Well, no, the way it works is this is my liked list thus far today. All right. These are all the stocks that I liked starting Keep in mind these three races here are my primary races. So they're all 1 minute races. So literally, market opens at 8:30 my time. So at 8:31, I see my first group of winners, and I simply click on them and hit the liked button. That automatically adds them to my liked list. This guy's already pointed to the liked list, right? So I'm just populating the list every 1 minute. I've got new stocks to like. So, having done that for the first 30 hour today, you can see these are all the stocks in my like list. If I had to guess, probably 30-ish, 40-ish, right? But when the market closes today, I'll go through all these stocks and unlike them and blank the list out again and then repeat the process tomorrow. So let me know if that makes sense. Yep, then it automatically gets added to the list. You're right. Now the caveat with my liked list is if I go to tools and I go to symbol list, we can find my liked list in here, but it's read only. Okay, so there's my liked list. But notice I can't delete anything. View mode only. So to get the stock off the list, you literally have to unclick the heart, which I hope maybe in the future we'll be able to edit this because clicking on 40, 50 symbols and unliking them, while it's not too hard, it's a little bit cumbersome. All right, so let's see here. Humble's asking for a cup and handle. Let me see if I got anything in the cloud. Not typically one that I watch for, but you never know. Cup and handle. Not really sure what time frame we might be looking at here. I want to say if position in daily range, upper 75th percentile. All right, so we'll just take a gander here. Cup and a little handle trying to form there. Handle. Of course, more of a wedge on the daily. Don't know if these are, if you look at these plays, Humble, finger, KURA, FBP. I'll be happy to drop this into the chat for you. All right, there's the cloud link for that. Yeah, Jonathan, you mean just the one that populates off my list here? You talking about that one? When the alert window to symbol list functionality will be available. Now, are you talking about the ability to edit your My Liked list manually? Or because if that's not what you're asking, you can always attach a custom list to any alert or top list window. That appears so, Humble. The ability to have your alert window auto-populate. Oh. Well, yeah, I've been wanting that for a long time, and right now we've got the send to functionality. Um, so we can manually right click on a symbol and then tell it to add it to a list, but liking something is much easier than that. Um, and all of us trader types here at the firm, we're just kind of watering at the mouth for the ability to auto add symbols to a list from the races as well. Um, so when and if that functionality ever materializes, we'll certainly be trumpeting it. So you'll hear about it. Just don't know when that might become available. But yeah, auto adding symbols to a list from any window, whether it be an alert window or a race, would be a good thing. Because it does take a certain amount of focus, especially on the open. Every 1 minute, you're getting a new crop of winners. There's going to be some duplicates. I've got another race over here that I keep an eye on. So I'm really watching 4 races and harvesting all the symbols. There's going to be some duplicates, but that does take time and energy, right? I'd rather just be watching the symbols and looking at the charts and seeing if they might be good for an early entry based on the pre-market, so forth and so on. It would certainly free up some bandwidth. So I'd love to see that functionality materialize as well. That is correct. Time is money. Oh, hey, we got a mover. All right. I'm almost tempted to add to this position, but I think I'm just going to leave it alone. 9 cents to the next level, which is looking right over here, this little area here, and then butting right up to this little level here. So it'll be interesting to see if we can get above this level. 5 cents to go. Not bad on the volume. We got sevens. We got almost 6 times normal 5-minute volume. And let's see, 308. Right here would be my entry. Upstart. One to head higher as well. Little bit of energy expenditure there. What do we got there? 1, 2. We count that almost doji. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Heading straight up. We're grinding up for 2 hours. Okay. DEA. What's the low here? 1567. 10 period fail, but the 20 period acted as support here. So, boy, Upstart just grinding away there. What do we got down here? A little over a dime. I tell you what. I'm going to have to add a little bit. Bear with me on that. Little adjustment. Do I have volume minimums? Good question, Teddy. When I'm watching the race stocks for these opening range breaks, I I I tend to shy away. There are at least 3 or 4 picks today, Fitch being one of them. That and we had this little break here, right here. Volume was below normal on the 5 minute. It was below 100. Relative volume is above one. Um, but usually I wait for the juicier ones, to where we see relative volume 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and I like to see the 5 minute volume kicking higher than 50% above average. Um, Now that's not to say that some of these lower, they're slightly above volume, won't go. And it seems like there's a lot more of those today, just because the market's kind of just grinding sideways here, trying to stay afloat. But usually the juicier, the better. Now the extreme example of high volume, I'll reference FLJ again. Look at this crazy stuff. Relative volume of 4,200, volume on the 5 minute period, 600. If we divide by 100, right? 100 is normal. Doesn't really look like it's doing that much volume, but it's compared to how much the stock normally trades, right? And I swear I always add average 3 month volume in here, but it seems to always disappear. Okay. And this is why. This is why these volume levels are all whacked out. Average volume, 2,000 shares? Well, sure looks like it when we look at, prior days. Window's making a lot of noise, but you can see there it's pennies and sub pennies. A lot of people ask, why do I see repeats at 77 cents? Well, you can't see them here, but they're really trading in micro pennies. So every new micro penny, even though the whole number looks the same, is technically a new high. Yeah, and it is a very bizarre chart. And just doing the same thing that it did back here, just one little niche higher. So here we have a low of 67, low of 65. So we'll just call the low here 65. And it's just taking these weird little pops. News driven, maybe. No, not seeing any news on this one. I'm sure something's going on news wise, but we're not showing anything here. Fitch and UPST, the midday movers. Making a lot of noise, but that's only a 15-cent move. Upstart making a lot of noise, not quite a 30-cent move, but hey, nothing to sneeze at. All right, Teddy's talking about STRY. Good relative volume, good 5 minute volume. Coming down to test this 10 period. If this 15-minute candle closes with a little wick there, might be worth taking a stab at, just from a scalping perspective. Okay, you have some custom lists in this layout. Would you mind sharing your layout? Jonathan, my layout is way too big because there's a lot of other windows over here, but I think I've got a version over here from a webinar from a few weeks back. So it was a pared down version. So I'll drop that one in there. Give me a second here. All right, so there's a pared down version. God, I gotta shut this voice thing up. Okay, so that's gonna give you what you see here. You just have to keep in mind in the 1 minute change race, there is a custom filter in use. So if you want to see that or you want to implement that, I'm gonna have to drop the custom formula in there for you. Make sure I know. I think it's U45. Yep, U45. So you understand that the race setup is looking at change in 1 minute. That's the U45 uh, custom for 1 minute change. So let me find that and I'll drop it in there for you. Okay, so this is the formula here. 1 minute change. And I'll drop it in there for you. Okay. All right, I missed a few questions here. Any recommendations for a scan that is strong or weak compared to SPY, or is that only a good scan for large caps? Well, this kind of sounds, Jonathan, like you're talking about things that are moving. Well, relative strength is always going to be a good way to find those. But we do have some alerts, divergence alerts, right? Positive and negative market divergence. In other words, when the market's going down, things that are going up, and when the market's going up, things that are going down. So if you haven't tooled around with the positive and negative market divergence alerts, you may find some interesting stuff there as well. And so, Jonathan, once again, the layout file that I dropped, custom list is oriented around my like symbols, but the custom filter is the 1 minute change for this race here. These other races don't have custom filters. All right, so I think I got everybody's questions, but if I missed one, let me know. And yes, Peter, just race winners on my liked list. And the big value in that is it just shrinks the universe down to where, I'm going to find some good plays each and every day. Of course, there are going to be those days where sometimes you just don't, I mean, there's yet to be a day where I don't find a pattern that meets my criteria. Now, that doesn't mean it's going to win, right? Because we all have losing days, no matter how good the patterns look. But yeah, it really helps shrink down the universe. And the bonus is that even though I'm not asking for a specific relative volume or 5 minute volume, a lot of the stocks that are winning the races are going to be exhibiting those extremely high relative and 5 minute volume So it kind of kills two birds with one stone. All right, glad to see Gato, the cat, going. Just a few more cents, 4 more cents till we get up to this 335 level. Then it's either going to back off or punch through. Well, range bound deluxe, right smack dab in the middle. Ah, nerve. Okay. A little too wicky up here. And assuming that is right, no interest. That looks a little suspect. Normally trades 5 million. Yeah, well, no, that's right. Average 3 month, 5.83 million. It's only cranked out. Okay. What's going on there? I do not know, but now it looks a lot, well, still looks suspect. Relative volume 0.10. I guess this window resized and this popped up to volume. So no, this does look right based on the amount of volume, 300,000 shares. I mean, assuming that's right, then that relative volume would be right, but that just seems weird because 10 times that would be 3 million. Yes, Nerve did have a strong close yesterday. Last candle of the day. Just looks like it's maintaining that channel that it's forming, though. And
Hi, Jamie.
hello, Barry.
Yeah, I'm looking at that nerve also, and I think it's just being skewed because of all the incredible volume it had a few days ago. So it
Yeah.
looks like relative volume
Mm-hmm.
today, it looks
Yeah.
putrid
Yeah.
compared to, the 80 and the 60 and the 40 and all that. So, but I kind of like this one, and because yeah, I mean, you look left, it's got that room to 1534.
Now, Barry, I always forget how many days our relative volume filter is taking into account. Do you
Yeah, me
remember off
too.
the top of your head?
I always say 10,
I know.
you
I want to
know,
say 10.
but I mean, obviously it can't be because that's way more than 10.
Hmm.
So let's say 30.
Or
Let's say
20. Yeah,
30 or
exactly.
20.
Hmm.
Okay. But that's got to be the reason because that you're right, that relative volume doesn't make sense unless it's taking into account the 80 and the 60 and the 40 and the 20 million. Because yeah, 320,000 is peanuts compared to all those days.
That is correct. And
But this is interesting.
FLJ does no volume ever, right?
Hmm.
That's why it's so high. Now,
Yeah,
are you showing, let's see, is my other platform showing any news on FLJ?
I see nothing. I'm
Yeah,
looking
so
at
what in the
IB.
world, what in the world would account for all this volume?
Yeah. It's one of those deals, and maybe one of the Reddit groups have got a hold of it for some reason. I don't. It doesn't look to me like a meme stock because 169 million in the float doesn't. If that float number is correct, it
Yeah.
doesn't look like that would be something they'd be interested in. But it's a China stock, and some of these little China stocks, though they're low float, they just all of a sudden have a mind of their own. But you're right. I have no news whatsoever on this one.
Yeah, and this would have only trade a couple thousand shares a day, and all of a sudden it's cranking out almost 4 million.
Yeah, why not? Why not on no news?
Why ask why?
Why
Right?
ask why? Just trade what you see, right, Jamie?
Yeah, yeah.
And trading what I see, I'm still have a piece of that OMI. Man, oh man, what a what a downturn. I got rid of a little bit more as it was approaching 16, but then it just and I thought I was going to dump it all, and then all of a sudden it just stalled and said, nope, we're going to go below 16 and we're going to test 15. So this has just been a great all dayer for me.
Beautiful, beautiful. Are
Yeah.
you gonna close it out? Because you're probably not gonna
Oh
hold it.
yeah.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah.
no, you mean hold it overnight? Never, 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 never.
Never, never,
Um,
never.
I've only actually held one short overnight. And, as you know, I'm not a big swing trader at the best of times, but I think I've only held one short overnight, and it's years ago. I can't even remember if it worked or not. And I have no, I don't really know why I don't. I mean, but I've
It's
just,
just
but
your nature, and that's really
yeah.
my nature too. I'm a fast action kind of guy. Um, I've tried to spread my wings and do more swing trading, but it just didn't do it as much for me. I like the
Well,
the intraday
have you
stuff
heard of a
better.
program called Trade Ideas?
I've been thinking about giving those guys a try.
Because if you want back action during the day, obviously trade ideas. I mean, it is astonishing, seriously. I don't care what the market's doing. I mean, look at the mess. Look at the 15-minute chart on the SPY. I mean,
Yeah,
that's an absolute mess.
it is. We were
And
just looking
and
at that. Hmm.
ugh, and I bet you if you're watching some of the financial networks, they're going to go. I don't know what they're saying. I mean, it's still doom and gloom. And I'm sure there are a lot of traders look at that and go, "How can you trade this market?" Well, the shameless plug. If you've got trade ideas, we can find stocks.
Hmm.
I'm not saying every single stock is going to be a winner, but we can certainly find the ones that are moving, and doesn't really matter what the market's doing
Well,
within
and
reason.
as a testament, Barry, I mean, the races have really upped my scalping game. I mean, there's no
Yeah.
other way to describe it.
Hmm.
It the universe is much smaller now, and I was just telling the people in the room here, the races were never designed like these races that I'm watching. They're not designed to find the high volume things, but more times than not, the race winners that I collect in the first hour, which is typically could be 30 to 50 names,
Hmm.
the ones that are moving and meeting the pattern that I like to trade have accelerated relative and 5-minute volume.
Yep.
But I'm not asking for that,
You're not asking
but
for it.
it's delivering that, so
Yeah, it's the same. I don't think I use exactly the same race, but my biggest gainers from the open percent. I don't have a maximum float or anything like that. I just have a simple price range of 1 to 50,
yeah.
minimum of
Mhm.
200,000 shares and up 2% from yesterday's close.
It's the
And
it's the pre-screen,
yeah,
and then you make the final decision.
exactly. But it's showing stocks that I mean, let's face it, how is a stock going to move 10% or 15% in 4 minutes? Or that's my race. Unless it is usually not a large cap stock. I mean, you get the odd one that's going to do that, but oh man, I'm in this AVPT short. Yes. It's just moving down nice.
ABPT?
AVPT, AVPT. Take a look at that one. So you see that big topping tail? And then,
Oh,
so
yeah.
just underneath four. This
Uh-huh.
is this is from one of Zach in the room. He created this one a while, like months and months ago,
Nice.
and it's topping plays, and so it's just looking for stocks that might have topped out. Very difficult, it's not easy to play bounces and toppers, as you know, Jamie. Trying to guess where that's going to happen. But
No, it is
boy,
not.
but you know what? You look at a stock like that and you say, okay, the high was 403. I'll take it just underneath four. If it gets back over 403, I'm out. And it's really that simple.
Well, and that was just my simple logic on the FLJ. Like, the risk was so small, and, I can't believe it's gonna be cranking out these volume numbers and just sit here like this all day.
Exactly.
And you could risk like a dime. So what was the
Yeah.
harm? And then boom, a massive move. I mean, I was done after
Back to
after that
bed.
FLJ trade. I'm like, thank you. All right,
Back to bed. Yeah,
great
that's what I was
success.
saying. Have fun in the room, guys. I'm back to bed. That's
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
All right,
All
Jamie, I'll
right,
take
my
over
friend,
now.
you can take it when you want it.
There we go. I've got my stream going. So thanks, Jamie.
All right, Barry. We'll see you next time. Bye bye,
You bet.
everybody.
And I'm back in both rooms now, guys. Let me get my music going. And I was just saying to Jamie, the AVPT short. Where are you here? Oh yeah. So fortunately, I was just on my break when the dice broke underneath 40. I had my alert Yeah, I mean, it did not too bad, 38, 34. Um, but it hit underneath 40, and but I was on my break when it happened. But the AVPT, I was back, and as I was saying to Jamie, well, there was the high right there at 403. I took it just underneath four. I think it was 394 or so. So I said, you know what? You got a 7 or 8 cent stop. If it's back up to that high amount, but look what happened. So, and I'm sure that William and Zach must have shorted this AVPT. So this was in 2019 FLJ. Yeah, we were talking about Jamie and I were talking about that because he took this one early. FLJ, he took this one, I think right around here on the break, and then man, it just popped. So it had about a 10 cent stop on it, and got out, and it came right back down again. So we don't have that though, do we? We have this as a new issue as FLJ here in September. So I don't. Maybe it changed symbols. Is that possible, Casa? Oh, they did a reverse split, but so it's not taking into account the reverse split? No, it can't be because it says the position in lifetime is about 50%. So I mean, if this were really a $19 IPO, anyway, it's interesting. I mean, it's still got a ton of volume. I mean, as Jamie was saying, 3,800 times normal. So that's because it just didn't trade, didn't trade, didn't trade, didn't trade, didn't trade. And I'm still have a piece of that OMI. I just can't believe I was saying to Jamie that this has almost got out right about here as it was jogging over that 16 again. I just held on and to a little bit, and now getting rewarded again. So let's see. I mean, who knows? Maybe it does get close to that 13 level. I think 1384 is what I saw was the next low looking left for OMI. Thoughts on the CPI tomorrow? Not really. you know, I mean, if you're asking me what I think it's going to come out at, no. And whether I think it's going to be higher or lower than whatever the consensus is, no. Not trying to dismiss the question. I just don't pay that much attention. It'll come out, I guess, at 5:30 Eastern time. Whatever it is, and we'll see what the market does. Look at this finger. Well, now you see if it were trading like this earlier, look at this finger go. Wow, wow, wow. This is the This is maybe the best 2 minute or 50-minute candles I've seen, assuming this holds, without a lot of chop. Again, what the heck did they do? It's a well, I mean, it's a New York base. It's based in New York, but basically China, I guess. Not I guess. Man, I just don't know how to hold something like this with all the choppiness, even on a daily basis. Where do you put your stop? Oh, 5:30 a.m. I mean, if the CPI usually it's 5:30 a.m. No, not before the market opens. And yeah, Casa, I don't Casa. I'm going to type the name in. I don't think it's been released yet. regarding the price of that 250 million. I don't think it's been released yet. I mean, my feeling is that why not make it 40 and make it a nice cool billion that they're going to raise. Oh, wait a minute. That's a 250 million. Sorry, $250 million. Oh, it's going to add, a certain amount to the float. But the way it's trading, it seems like it should be around 40. It's I mean, I think that's the definition, Pepe. But then, how do we explain FLJ? Okay, I mean, if that's truly the case, unless one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine, 10. Okay, so oh, not FLJ. What was the other one? I'm sorry. The one was point one. What was it? Jamie was talking, but nerve. That was the one I think. Yeah, point 11. So, I mean, if that's the case, Pepe, then that point 11, the 365,000 shares, I mean, I guess if I really expand this, let's take a look at what the volumes were the last 10 days. So volume 891, 151. Yeah, I mean, yeah. So, I mean, you see what I'm trying to say here? I mean, if at 0.11, if it is truly the average over the last 10 days, it would never be 0.11. That's why I was thinking that it's got to be looking back further because it's being, skewed by the 40, the 60 million day, the 80 million day. By the way, guys, there is no Q&A today. I just noticed that it was canceled. So, hey, I don't have to attend the Q&A or help out in the Q&A today. So, no webinars for 2 weeks now. Yeah, for this time of day, I get it, but it's I mean, you're right. Maybe, I'd have to look at the way this traded, at the very beginning of the day. It had all the volume or something, but it to me, it just doesn't look right. Well, guys, this Kura is making a little bit of a move. Now, you heard me probably before saying I didn't really like it because I thought it had to get through all this. It may do it. It may get through this 15 area and start to move. A little bit of volume has come into it. KURA, a little bit of oh, I know that is the TI definition. That absolutely is the TI definition. But um, I think actually asking Brad a while back, there was something. It's a little more detailed. In fact, why don't I just do this? Okay, just one moment, please. All right, guys, I've got to take about a 2 or 3 minute break. Okay, I'll get rid of my announcement there. So, what time is it right now? 1:18. I should be back no later than 1:25, but just give me a moment, okay? Should be no later than 1:25. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay. All right, maybe a good time to keep an eye on the HPCO now. Looks like it's trying to curl off that 3 level a little bit. I think it's got a lot of resistance around 350, but it may, because of that float, maybe traders will get interested again. Maybe they're going to look left and see this ridiculousness that happened when I got up to 42. Oh, well, why not? Keep an eye on the WNW, guys. I mean, it had the massive pop at the beginning of the day up to 146 from almost $1. So it's about a 50% pop. And then it pulled back and it looks like it's trying to curl up again. And it's a not a, well, I'm sorry, it is a low float, 16 million in the float. China company, no news that I can see. All right, the CELU has been hanging around also. I don't like it though because, yeah, I mean, it's got a little bit of room, from 213 to 230, just not enough for me. Well, that actually went negative. AVPT went negative, so yeah, I mean, those of you who've been around for a while, you remember the days where a company would just say, I don't know, we're in the Microsoft store or we have a deal with Microsoft. And I mean, so anyway, this is the same thing in my opinion. So partners with Microsoft sounds like a big deal. Yeah, pop the stock up to 4, all the way back down to 363. I thought I read that too, William. When I first saw the news about OMI, I thought it was something to do with that also. But certainly the big news on it is the fact that they don't release until the second earnings, but they've basically pre-warned the market, look out. So close to shorting, right? 987 was the high yesterday. Oh, that was after hours, but it's almost gone positive. Tiger. I haven't seen this one for a long time. Tiger. China Fin. Yeah, it's just too. Yeah, the way that dice is trading, I'd be surprised if it's not around $40. This be a little bit lower, but around $40 for this financing they're doing. Ooh, this Coterra Energy. So let's take a look left. Yeah, I mean, it's got some room, a little bit of room. I mean, you obviously got to get through 30, then 30, 25. And if it can do something like that, and you've got this 32 area for CTRA. Now, I forgot to do this. Let's take a look at let me get rid of the announcement. Let's take a look at the sectors now, guys. A little bit late, but now, exactly like yesterday. Yesterday, when we looked at energy about 10 minutes before the market opened, every single stock was down from yesterday's close. Every single, well, I think it was 95%. Look what's happened since the market opened. 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are above the open. Okay, they open. So doesn't mean they're positive compared to yesterday's close, though a lot of them look like they are. Anyway, but there's been a big change right there. Not a big change anywhere else that I can see. I can remember financials, I think were about 75%, so they're about the same. So that's the big change. That is the big, big, big change. Isn't it? The energy stocks have rallied from the open. Hence, looking at that CTRA. Are they really? Okay. I didn't realize that. Thank you, William. So we could have some little bit of fun at 2 o'clock. So I still have two shorts, some of the OMI left, and a little bit of the AVPT. I probably should cover it. I doubt it's going to get much lower, but I mean, it went negative. I can't believe it. It's just a joke, We're going to partner with Microsoft. Sounds like it's a big, big deal. Wow. OMI, guys. I think we're a dollar away. A dollar away, I believe. Oh, that's not right. I gotta find the next low. I think it was 13. Just hard to see on this chart. 1374. So I believe that 1374 is the next low looking left. So we're about a dollar away from that for the OMI. That would be stunning if it got down there. But why not? Nobody's stepping in. I mean, there's been a couple of minor blips up, but nobody wants this stock right now. Oh, grunt, grunt, grunt. For those of you who remember when I had my Bluetooth issue, so you could hear my sound alerts for that one day, and this is the pig, the grunt, 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 over and over again as OMI keeps making a new low. Oh, look at Rumble here! Wow. Oh well, guys, I'm just going to listen to this the pig grunt over and over and over again. OMI, OMI. So this had a nice bounce actually. The KNTE had a great bounce. I know that came from Zach Scan a lot earlier. Yeah, Jonathan. Yeah, back in the day. That's all they used to do. Yeah, we're a Microsoft partner. And Microsoft probably had a million partners. All right, let's take a look at plug. You've been talking about plug for a bit. Yeah, I mean, wow. I mean, next low looking left is 1659. So you've got a couple of dollars to that next low. Yeah. Hmm. Had a little pull up, drop, a little pull up, another drop, moving with the market basically. Yeah, I mean, look how tied to the market it is. There's the pull up. Ah, boy, that's an ugly. Look at this spy chart, guys. This is so ugly. So it is kind of tracking the market. That's the only issue. It's kind of tracking the market. Boy, look at the room underneath this plug. Coor. Look at Coor. Yeah, I sort of remember this one. Yeah, Coursera. A lot of volume just came in. It hasn't traded very much. Half the volume is right there. Half the day's volume is right here in this 15-minute candle. So again, what are we going to do? Look left. So what I see is 1209 looks like the next high. I mean, if it can somehow, blast its way through that, then you've got, maybe 1280 to 13 if the volume keeps up. Coors off the Apple news. Okay, thank you. Well, as you know, William, I would never cheer against you, but I'm still looking for some more downside in the OMI, which I'm just getting. Grunt, 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 right there. Oh, you got out of the OMI, excuse me, the OMI? Okay. Then I can cheer it on a little bit. I ju- Well, if you hold this one all day, I'm up. I mean, I don't know where your stop is exactly, but I mean, what did it get up to? It got up to 903 and it goes all the way back down to 756. So anyway, oh, I don't even know how to put these little icons that you've got, Poe, but my goodness, OMI just continues. I think we're about 50 cents from that low, the next low looking left. Well, a high yesterday for IMUX was what, 930 something maybe? 964 was the high yesterday. If it can take that out, 1049, the next high. But I was saying to Jamie in the room before I came back into the main room, I mean, look at the way this SPY is just chopping around. I'm sure there are traders out there thinking, man, how can you trade anything? And yet, with this little program that we call Trade Ideas, and yes, that's a plug, we always can find stuff to trade. Now, does it always work out like an like an OMI? Of course not. But does it really matter what the market is doing? I mean, is it easier if the market's going higher? Yes, it is. It is. I'll give you absolutely. But this especially with the races, and it allows you to focus. And I keep looking at this. I know JD is still keen about this HPCO. It still may happen. But I'm looking at the volume. You need some volume. You need some volume to really pique the interest again. I don't even know what they do. Oh my, I should, not that I care, but let's see, what do they do? Medical, dental, and hospital. Well, okay, let's see. Healthcare solutions. All right. So now what I'm kind of looking for is something that's out of nowhere. We haven't seen it all day long, just showing up on the list and like this one. LMDX, just over $1. Yeah, ugly. Very ugly. But something that, shows up on the list, we haven't seen all day long, and especially some, percent that is starting to move up. Click on it, see what's happening. Yeah, I might have missed the boat. I forgot to keep watching the Coor for a short. Lots of shares available at Interactive Brokers, 1.7 million. Doesn't have well, not a lot of room. Looks like there could be decent support right around 170. Yeah, utilities were really weak, weren't they? I when I looked, it was 100% change from the open, 100%. Oops, change from the open. I think it was 100%. The answer is yes. Look at that. 100% of the stocks that make up XLU, the big, I guess I'm going to call that the main major ETF for utilities, XLU. 100% of them are down from the open. 100%, which is, sometimes it's a little surprising. I mean, I always think of the utilities as that's a bit of the flight to safety, dividends, etc. But nothing is safe now. I I really find that this trading in this HPCO, I mean, it's a beautiful resting, but that float and with that volume, now it's dried up. I mean, the volume is just dried up, but it's hard for me to believe it's going to stay here. All right, I'm watching this Coor. I'm trying to make up my mind if I want to short it here. It's sort of, I don't know how dynamic it's going to be. Big topping tail, of course, and I just don't know if it's got enough room for me because it looks like there's pretty good support around 1170. Look at hat. So we need a little more happiness. HAPP. High today was 429. The high yesterday, or 2 days ago, was 482. Not a low flow. Another China stock, guys. Another China stock. All right, guys. This Coeur is still intriguing me. Okay, I have taken a short on this. What did I get it at? 86, I think. Yeah, 86. Okay, so anywhere close to 12, I'm out. I don't expect much because I'm just looking at this level here. So in this one, I'm going into it not necessarily thinking I'm going to get a. I mean, I know I always say go into a trade or at least a 1 for 2. I doubt, though. I'm not going to get a. I guess it could turn out to be one if it gets down to this level. So 170, risking. Yeah, I guess I'm risking about 6 cents. If I got into the 91, I think I have an alert right there. Yeah, 91, 92. That takes me out of the trade. So that means my expectation should have been getting down to 1174. And so, that's kind of the lows of these candles. So I guess in theory, that's an okay in terms of risk reward to take this trade for me on the short. HZNP, let's take a look at HZNP, see if there's any news. Horizon, I think that's Horizon, right? Well, I mean, they had news, but I'm sure they thought it was going to be positive. That was news this morning before the market opened. And then they're presenting October 26th to 28th, but the market's not acting like that news is such a big deal. Yeah, it's pretty ugly. I didn't have shorts available for this one. It would have been pretty good, I guess, for HAPP, HAPP. All right, guys, I'm in absolutely nothing right now other than the core. I'm out of the OMI. It looked like 14 was going to hold it. 1403 it got to. That was when about 30 cents of that next low looking left. How awesome was that? So I'm out of the OMI. I'm out of the AVPT. So I've got some of this Coor short at 1186. Yeah, 1186. That's it. Now I'm going to wait for this FOMC. I'm not too concerned about this Coor reacting. Hmm. Okay, just I guess biding our time till 2 o'clock. I'll get a big spy chart up. See if there's any fireworks. It's just minutes, right? Today. Oops. Just fun to look at. That's all. It's just fun to look at. Usually takes at least 5 minutes to get the direction. So sit back, make some quick popcorn, and we'll enjoy the show to see if there is any sort of a show with the spy at 2 o'clock. Oh, I see what you're talking about. The minutes don't mean. Yeah, they don't usually, but you know what? The market's looking for any reason to do anything. So we'll see. I thought you meant the minute spy chart. That's what I thought you meant, but of course, that is not what you meant. The CPI should that'll cause some excitement. What 5:30 Eastern time, in the morning. All right, let's get this up and just see what happens if anything exciting happens with the SPY in the 1 minute chart as 2 o'clock approaches. We've got another 30 seconds or so. All right, three, two, one. All right, let's see anything happen. Yeah, okay, we got a little pop on the SPY right now in the 1 minute. Big topping tail. And now we go red. So I'm not going to keep this up too much longer. Got a 5-minute chart up. Topping tail, bottoming tail. All right, guys, enough of that. Speaking of the US dollar, I haven't checked our dollar. Oh, yes. Okay, guys, that knocked me out of the core. Okay, give me one. I'm just conversing with somebody at Trade Ideas. Boy, I don't know. I keep saying this, but it just needs some volume. HPCO desperately needs some volume to come in. Starting to move a little bit here, but again, not on any volume yet. I mean, it might not need it, but when you just look at what the volume is tapered off. Okay, guys, look at SBH. SBH on the way down here, and SBH. Now, the next low looking left is what? Be far it's 1188. If it can take that 1188 out, 1169, man, little areas that where it could stall. That's too bad. This is I love the fact that it took out 12. All right. Well, HPCO is starting to move. I don't know if the volume is there, but it is. Yeah, the volume is not there, but it is starting to move a little bit. Just wish there. I mean, I'm with you, Shady. But I just wish there was some volume. And when I say volume, I'm not talking about the absolute volume. I'm just talking about in relation to previous candles, something that's going to stand out. It says, okay, yeah, there's some interest again. It could definitely be one to watch tomorrow, though. I think if it ever get over 4, I mean, all traders are going to look at is this 42 that it hit. Now, listen, volume could all of a sudden come out of nowhere. This could just be, a start. 7 minutes, 8 minutes for this candle to close. So, I mean, all of a sudden, volume could come out of nowhere, but just hasn't demonstrated that that's going to happen yet. Yeah, look at the strength of your dollar over the last 6, 7 days. Well, I know I talked about Gatto and how I didn't like it because of this potential resistance. I think when I was talking about it was around 310 or so. So I thought if you don't mind 20 cents, it might get there, and it looks like it's going to, or it is. Okay, a little bit of volume peeking in here now for the HPCO that I can see. A little bit of volume. I mean, obviously it's a great looking break here out of all this. Yeah. Look at the topping tail and the bottoming tails on the SPY in the 15-minute chart as little caller was saying, quite a battle. BABA. Well, some of the China, it's certainly not a cheap one, but BABA. Some of the China stocks have been moving today, most of the low floaters, but I haven't looked at BABA in a long time. Well, okay, HAP. It is a strange trader. Look at that topping tail, and it's come right back up. HAPP, little China stock. Not crazy low float though, 66 million. Held 9 pretty well, IMUX, pretty well. Oh, I guess not really, sorry. 882, I thought it was holding 9 better. Well, I mean, guys, this has got some room. This HAP has got some room. I mean, look at the high of 2 days ago, 482. If it maintains over 4 for a while, and we get the volume, we got some volume coming in. Boy, this could this could challenge that high of a couple of days ago, which is 482, I believe. So, all right, guys, just a quick little talk about trade ideas. Again, yes, I do have to promote trade ideas. Well, I shouldn't say have to. I want to promote trade ideas. Okay, I just put the test drive link in again, so I'm going to go over what the test drive is all about. So if you click on the link, this is what you're going to see. If you sign up today, you're basically pre-registering, okay? So you have to read this. It starts on the 17th and ends on the 31st. So it starts on the 17th, which is Monday, and it ends on 2 weeks that Monday, okay? It'll cost you $11.11. You'll have access to our premium service, everything except no auto trading. No auto trading, okay? We only do this 4 times a year, so it's a great opportunity to try the service out. When the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We don't push you into a subscription, okay? Now, again, if you sign up today, you are pre-registering. Please don't harass our poor support people and say, hey, I just signed up. Where's my data? Now, about an hour after the market closes on Friday, you'll have access to the program. You can download it. You can use it for the balance of Friday, of course, and Saturday and Sunday. Get used to. I mean, obviously, the data is not live, but doesn't mean you can't get used to understanding what trade ideas is all about. And if you do that, then I shall direct you to my homepage because I think this will help you get started. So if you click on my homepage link, so this is what you see. Obviously, you want to take on a subscription right now. There is a promo code you can use, Barry15 for 15% off first month only or the entire year. If you're going to do this test drive or you have just started, you've just taken out a subscription to Trade Ideas, do this Let's Get Started, please. Take you about 30 minutes, 10 short videos. Starts off with the installation, your login, and all of that. I do a stock of the day video. Guess what it was today? And you can sign up for that. That is free. Trade of the week is free. Sent to you. It is sent every morning, not every morning, every Monday morning, about an hour before the market opens. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, just check your spam folder, or if you have Gmail, your promotional folder, okay? Promotion folder, because I might have gone there. Education. So please click on the user guide. You don't have to learn everything about what's in the user guide, but at the very least, you should do that getting started. Know what an alert window is, know what a top list window is, and know about the stock racing, okay? Afterwards, you can, take a look at sound alerts and price alerts and all that stuff, but those are the key ingredients. Daily support. Let me, I don't think so, Remy. I'll try to analyze that question that you just asked, but I don't think so. So daily support, so every day, well, not every day, Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30. Excuse me. Excuse me, every day or every Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30, Chris Farley's in our YouTube room. I shut the main room down at 3:30, so you can head over to YouTube and listen to Chris. And Chris will also be setting up something this weekend to help people who are brand new, especially taking the test drive. So no webinar today. So no webinars for the next 2 weeks, but you can sign up for them all here once we get back to the normal schedule. And back to basics. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. So if you're new to trading or looking for maybe a refresher, introduction to charts, candlesticks, etc. Okay. And of course, last, if you want my scans, here they are. Here's the two races that you see. Here's what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. So if you save my link and you decide later on to take out a subscription, helps the room, keeps the room free, and yes, it does help me personally. Okay, so save my link and you can take a look at the education anytime you want and the scans. Okay, let me try to. Do you think it is possible to have a Fibonacci added to the real value of the price discounted by a real rate from the Fed? I'm just going to answer no. Okay. I'm just going to answer no. I mean, we have some Fibonacci alerts, and here they are. Here are the Fibonacci alerts. Okay, so just a very generally stating no. I got a cancellation, Pepe. Let me just check again, but I did get a cancellation that the Q&A is canceled. Let me check my email. Hope it is. And gives me a break. Oh, wait a minute. You're right. That is for next week and the 26th. You're right. They're just putting these emails out. So you're right. I guess so. There is a webinar today. Okay, that's fine. So I'll be there. You saved me. Okay, guys. So yes, there is a webinar today with Dan and Brad, co-founders of Trade Ideas. Here's this little one, guys. This WNW. I mentioned it probably around 125, 130. It's creeping its way up. WNW, another small, low float China stock. Oh man, we have a lot of fun internally, guys. We have a thread just for the traders of Trade Ideas. Well, if you're so inclined, I mean, the fingers got a couple of bottoming tails. Again, the sellers tried. Buyers are somewhat in control again. FNGR. Wow, no kidding. I'm not actually IC on my like list. It is really, you know what? It's held. It's held really nicely ever since that big jump. Well, that was the big jump, and then it didn't hold, but since then, I mean, it's held pretty nicely. Well, yeah, I mean, look, guys, the cruisers were okay today. I mean, look at RCL. I'm sure NCLH, there it is there, and CCL. So the cruisers came back a little bit. There's American Airlines. American Airlines is here. Still don't trust any of those sectors, but they had at least the best I can say about something like this is that it didn't give it all up. You know, I mean, look, the first 15 minutes for NCLH looked great, and then it dropped. But since then, yeah, I mean, at least it's made its way up. I'm sure CCL probably has done the same thing. Yeah, exactly the same pattern, and RCL the same pattern. Big candle, big green candle to start, big sell off, and then a big rally all day. I just have a tough time getting behind these, but hey, today they had a day that did not. After an hour, I guess 45 minutes. After 45 minutes, basically straight up. Oh, God. Okay, guys, dice is starting to come back a little bit here. But, this is probably just going to be range bound until we know what the pricing is for the financing, which sure looks to be around 40. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, back again. Short SPG. Let's see. Zach is talking about SPG, real estate. Okay, so shorting that pop up. I think I saw this one. HYFM. HYFM. Hydro farms. Yeah, it just looks like there's too much stuff going on. Well, I'm assuming, Shady, that you took your ball and went home on the HPCO. Wasn't a bad pop, but you had to be quick and probably out of it. Or you're still in it. Okay, cool. I'll be interested in it if it gets over 327 or so. I think if it does, if it can do that, I might take some the highs of those bodies of those two candles. Holding, trying to hold the 10 SMA in the 15-minute chart. Some of these charts is just so incredibly ugly. We just have no, not a lot of follow through on most of these. You know, they're just like up, down, chop, 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 chop. Not saying that's with every single chart, of course, but especially on the long side. Okay. What would be the reason to get out of HPCO for you? You just come right back, yeah. Just another, I mean, choppy, choppy, choppy. Aha! So, guys, the Foxo. Remember I was demonstrating how you can take a trade on a pullback? FOXO, FOXO. So it took that trade right here. It did pull back to that level. Not, not a beautiful looking 15-minute chart, but so if I want right now, I could take all my profit. This is in the simulator, okay? Now, at one point, I wasn't watching this because I had it off the simulator because of the slowness of the chart loading. But at one point, I would have been up $900. Now I'm up 476. This is in the simulator. So let's just flatten that thing. It just looks so ugly. Okay. So I like to have the max P&L to compare how good an exit. Now, had I been watching this, of course, I would have been obviously never allowing, to go from a $900 profit down to 460. I would have been taking some off. Absolutely. All right, HBCO making a little bit of a move now, making maybe a mini believer of me, or for me, not of me. Then what I also like to have is the distance from the exit price. That will let me know how good was my exit also. So the distance from the exit price right now is like 2 cents. So that means it's 2 cents above where I exited. There, you can see it right there. There's the exit price. So this just kind of gives you a bit of an idea about how good are your exits. All right, guys, this EHAB, which was really weak, it looks like it's weakening again. It had that pull up to 13, but it looks like 13 is giving up again. What did I see when I looked left? Was there enough room? Yeah, I mean 1220. I think, guys, I think 1220 is the next low looking left for EHAB. Yeah, keep an eye. You're looking for a late day short. I mean, this not a ton of volume, but the next low looking left is 1217, 1217. I just don't know how dynamic it's going to be. I like to see a lot more volume. 1.8 times normal. It's not great. I'd like to see a lot more volume. Witness the OMI. Look at that relative volume, 14. I mean, that's what kept it, active, really active. Yeah, I mean, the theoretical definition of relative volume is the average volume over the last 10 days up to this time of day. Okay, that's the theoretical. There are some vagaries, right? Because when we looked at nerve, that didn't make sense. But that is, well, it's the average, well, it's the average volume. So in other words, 14, the theory being if I took the average volume up to 242 over the last 10 days, it's 14 times that. Okay. There it goes. So for instance, this is why these can be pretty dramatic because my relative volume minimum is 8. Okay, in here. That's why I don't get too many alerts on the 10-day daily breakout or the breakdown. My minimum relative volume is 8. You can see right there that some of them are a lot more. Now, you might say, well, wait a minute. That says 84 and now it says 14 because at 940, that's what the relative volume was, 84 times normal. Now, as the volume subsides over the course of the day, it starts to drift back down. Still huge. 14 is still big, but so that's why this is not a static number. Now, we actually have, I don't use it, but we actually have, let me just go to the dock channel bar. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Price and volume. Okay, so if you go to the dock channel bar and you click on price and volume, this is a race based on increasing relative volume. Okay, that's a race that's based on increasing relative volume. So relative volume is at 2, now it's at 2.5, now it's at 3. This will show you the ones that are having increasing relative volume. I'm not sure why I don't use this, but you can certainly have this one, the increasing relative volume. I would make, well, for me personally, the races that's too long, but that is under, again, the price and volume stock racing, okay? Price and volume stock racing. So increasing relative volume, if you're interested in something like that. Not just you, PK, but anybody. All right, guys, it's 2:46, so I typically put myself on mute at about 3. I'm still here. If you have any questions, I will of course hop back on the mic. Good time to ask questions though, as I'm just sort of winding down the day. Another energy play, guys, is so the energy stocks, as I pointed out earlier, the change from the open, 100% of them that make up XLE are up from the open. And so we're seeing, look at the surge in energy. A lot of these energy plays. Okay, boys, you're sort of in the specific stocks only, as opposed to in the general market talk. Yes. So the question in our YouTube room: are current standard members allowed access to premium during the test drive? It will cost the $11.11, but yes. So you can sign up for the test drive. They'll recognize that you are a subscriber already, and they'll just up your subscription for that time period to the premium service. Okay. And I don't often trade anything from the AI just because a lot of the things just don't meet my number one price range and patterns that I like. But certainly the OMI was awesome. I didn't need just 1 second, please. Thank you, Pepe. Yeah, I was muted for a bit. I wasn't saying anything important. Anyway, so okay, guys. I think what I will do though, I will put myself on mute now, and I am here. So if you have any questions, I'll hop back on the mic. Okay, so I'll put myself on mute now. Again, ask questions as you have them. Well, guys, I got to pop in here. I know Dak mentioned this one earlier, this MMAT. Of course, I didn't see it until it took out $1. Watch this one tomorrow. I mean, this you've got the 200-day 140, but then you've got way over here. That's kind of the attractive area. I mean, it. Let me just make sure. Yeah, I mean, there's a little high here, which is what 112, which is nothing. And then there's one here at 123. You can kind of see if it gets going again tomorrow with some volume for MMAT, and if it takes out 123, you've got the 200-day to contend with, but man, look at this void. So I've just hearted it, so I'll be definitely watching this one tomorrow, the MMAT. See if there's any news on it. I don't see any news on it. Canadian stock. Where are they out of? Dartmouth, okay. That's in Nova Scotia, guys, for those who don't know. So that's a really interesting one. 30 million, 10 times normal. It's not a low float. 300. I mean, I'm so surprised that the float is that big, but anyway, to move 34% with a 300 million float is pretty astonishing. So unless that float is not correct, let me just do a quick check. That website that has different float information. Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's got that sort of a float. I mean, looks like Yahoo's got 322, FinViz got 270, Ameritrade 270. So yeah, it's a big float. So that's pretty substantial, guys. 34% on that sort of a float. Or yeah, it is Chris. I was gonna say Christopher. Hi, Chris. Do I have the room on mute?
Well, it took a second to load. Can you hear me, Barry?
Now I can hear you, yeah.
It was strange. It came in and it was just loading. And I was like, well, it says there's 38 viewers, so Barry's got to be here.
Gotta be here. Why would he abandon 38 viewers?
I can say he would never abandon us.
Never. Not even if it was one.
I have made a screen swap, and I hope
Okay.
you have a day that looks like it does over here, because if you do, it's fantastic.
And we do. Yeah, one of those beautiful fall days. Yes.
Excellent. I'll delay you no further, sir.
Okay, my friend. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Sounds good, Barry. Take care.
Okay. Bye-bye.
All righty, everybody. Barry makes his way to enjoy. Excuse me, just remuted myself. There we go. As Barry makes his way out to enjoy this lovely fall afternoon, let's pick up, well, wherever he was, or wherever you want to be. Before I came in to the room here, I'm just looking at my evening scanner, just seeing what might be on it that could be interesting going into the close here. An interesting day from the different scans that I've been through, but obviously everybody's kind of waiting around to see what that CPI number is tomorrow. And I'm in the camp that no matter what they print tomorrow or what they say the print is tomorrow, we sell off. I think the market just wants excuses to sell off at this point. Hope I'm wrong, but you never know. Jamie, how are you? Mookie, good to see you both. It's just like I said yesterday with the jobs number. We have good jobs numbers, so we sell off. I mean, and I get, like I said, I get the argument people will make that, oh, well, if the jobs market is strong, then the Fed can keep raising rates, and that's going to hurt the market. Okay, sure. I mean, yeah, we want high unemployment so that the stock market can get easy money. I mean, come on. But anyways, world we live in, not the world we want, all that stuff like that. So I think regardless of what the print is tomorrow, we sell off, and that's that. Something that I keep seeing is silver related stocks keep coming through my evening scanner here and there. And oops, sorry, Barry was just messaging something. I don't know. When I look at some of these silver miners, some of them don't look bad. If I look at silver itself, though, no, SLV, sorry. Silver itself looks horrible. I mean, that looks really, really horrible, right? The silver miners don't look as bad, right? I'm going to bring up a compare chart, but I don't think I have one loaded. I was messing with my layout, and I think I closed it by accident. And if anybody, Willow, what's happening? If anybody has any questions or anything, let me know. Otherwise, I'm just going to dive into some thoughts that I had for now, and then I'll go through a few other things. We'll bring up a chart. Let's bring it over to you folks. Let's make that chart bigger. I still didn't fix that bug. Let's go with the day in the life chart style. Line. Get those lines nice and thick. And let's do a comparison. Let's put SIL here. I didn't make that line thick though. You need them thick lines so we can see better, right? All the better to see you with. All right, so SIL and SLV. And we can see how much more strength there is, right? In the SIL. If we go back far enough. Ha ha ha. Get rid of these ridiculous lines. Sorry, they're not ridiculous, but I don't want these moving averages in here interrupting what I'm trying to do. Remove. Okay. Close. So we can see the SLV, which is silver itself, holding up above. But now we can see the SIL here in the pink trying to make a move up here. And again, these are your miners. You get your miners here in the pink, right? We're starting to make a move back up while that's falling here. So, I don't know. Make of it what you will, but can't help but notice these things, especially when they're jumping up on my charts constantly or on my scans constantly. With that said, just looking at the evening scan to see if there's anything here that might be actionable. Obviously not going to swing anything into tomorrow. That would be suicide, I feel. Or it could make you a genius if you're on the right side of it. Here we go. Here's another silver miner, right? Gold and silver. So another gold and silver. Gold and silver. This is energy, right? Yeah, that's energy. These are junk food, more energy, inverse ETF buyout. I don't know what that is. I guess that's really it. I am UX from yesterday, well under, well, not well under, but under yesterday's close, but good reversal here. So, like I said, I keep my eye. I think anybody that knows me well enough at this point knows that I don't have any love for precious metals, but there's a trade there, and that's all there is to it. So I'll keep that in mind. Spot, what's Spot doing? Why are we talking about Spot? See Spot run? Whoa, yeah, to the wrong way. Oh, Spotify, that's what Spot is. another one of those insanely overvalued companies. I mean, ridiculous. I mean, how many different music services are out there? I mean, like Spotify is any better? I mean, if everybody has Amazon Prime, you have Amazon Music with Amazon Prime. Come on. Insane. $300 a share. Out of their minds. What do I know? Not know they're headquartered in Luxembourg. That's news to me. So, all right, let's we could leave that up for now. What the heck? Not interrupting anything there. Let's zip it up like this. All right, with that said, let's I guess we'll tour the top 10 here. APDN, made some trades in this. Did okay. One of those stocks where 12 million in the float, but the thing doesn't move like it's 12 million in the float. You had these days here. That's pretty good. But since then, not as much. But this setup here is one of my favorites off the open, right? So here's why. We drill down in a little bit. We get this small gap down, right? And we get a strong opening bar here. I'm going to actually show us on a 5-minute chart even, because I don't remember where my original entry was. No, I don't have I closed my broker already. I think they took an original entry somewhere on the second 5-minute bar at around 218 here. And what I'm thinking on this, even though it was jumping in really early, is the fact that, all right, there's my low of the day, just below $2. So I've got essentially a 20-cent stop rate here. And looking left, I felt pretty good up to this level up here. So I was risking 20 cents to try to make 50 cents basically. And that's why I like setups like this so much. There was a similar setup in, I believe, Tops last week or the week before. And I think maybe it was SOBR or SNTI. One of those had a similar setup on another day like that too, where I jumped it early because it didn't have a big gap up, but it had massive volume and liquidity in it. And so, if it broke down quickly, I wasn't risking a ridiculous amount of money to try to make a little bit of money. So it's really, really was a nice setup here. Hey, they don't all come like this. When you get one of these, get one of these maybe once or twice a month. But, I recognize them quickly, and it's not what I'm going to hesitate on. So ADPN was nice today. That was really it from me. AUTL did have a nice move here. Plenty of volume, plenty of liquidity. Did have the spread open up here and there, but it had to spread close down to 1 and 2 cents also. So a little bit whippy with these topping shadows, bottoming shadows through here, but nothing overly nuts. We'll get to a chart that's ridiculous in a second, and we talked about yesterday. FLJ, I was watching this here, and I thought to myself, when it cracked around 270, I said, gee, do I with a stop that's, to the bottom of this range? And I said, no, I'm going to let it go. And I wasn't paying attention. And the next thing I know, that happened. And me and Jamie were both kind of kicking ourselves. Made that big run. The other thing that made me very hesitant on this is China. I just don't, not a big fan of Chinese stocks overall. They have some that can be really great runners, but they just have this tendency to reverse on me real fast. Anyways, plowing through the top 10. CYXT, it's a grinder all day long. Never really got you in trouble. There's never, making an entry almost anywhere with the exception of obviously what's going to be in hindsight the top of the day. Never really got you in much trouble. Looking left here, it looked like it might be able to get up to this 370 level, kind of stalled out here in the 350s. A nice steady grinder all day long. HAP was another Chinese stock. Same thing, good volume, good liquidity. Made a big move early, caught up on these moving averages, and then, really exploded out of that again. Another good set of opportunities there. 5-minute chart makes it look even nicer, actually. Mike, see what is happening. And then here's the chart that I want to talk about being nuts. This thing we talked about yesterday. We said if it could break that 850 level, it could really have legs on it, right? And as volatile as it was for the day, it caught this 8 EMA and rode it really well till it didn't, right? There's a lot of meat on those bars, but look at the ranges on those bars. And this is when you know you got to really recognize if stock has a personality and that you want to share size based on that personality. I mean, you're up here at 930, right? 934 on the high of that bar, and you're dropping all the way down here to 843, all right? So you're essentially $1 drop on that 15-minute bar. That's tough. That's really tough to trade that kind of stuff. And that's the kind of, if you're going to trade something like that, you got to take smaller share size. Accept that you might not get the move up that you wanted, but you have to be protected from the move down that is possible to happen. CELU, number 7 on the list. Okay, liquidity, okay, volume. We're looking here, kind of ran right into that area right there. So, textbook-ish as far as where it ran into resistance. It might have ran in out of steam there. I think, as a matter of fact, it did shortly. Up 40 cents, 21% essentially. So not too shabby. And this one here set up not too bad either, where you had a slight gap down, right? And a move up and a pullback and a move up. But again, you were never in trouble on this one on any of the pullbacks off basically any entry. Under the guys that you didn't ridiculously share size, of course. I mean, if you took 50,000 shares of this or something like that, and it moved against you 20 cents, that would probably hurt pretty bad. So you got to catch up now. Yeah, FNGR was crazy. This is their 15 minutes, Peter, is what I'm looking at here. This is a 15-minute chart here in the middle. This one here is a 5-minute chart. I mostly use a 15-minute chart, but I do like to confirm with a 5-minute chart. GATO, another decent one here, just kind of grinding sideways all day long. Also, this one here made a gap up, move in the first half hour, got sideways, a break, consolidated, a break, consolidated, and a last break here. I guess we can call it some consolidation here again. So not too shabby of that one. You've got pretty great volume, pretty good liquidity. Filled that gap, basically came to the top right here, just over it. So a lot of these obeying technical analysis, very nice today. You don't always see that clean, but it is, it's nice when you see that, obviously. And like I said, I think a big part of this is that you've got stocks that people are interested in remain strong on the day, while everybody's trying to find something to trade. Or, not everybody, obviously. Big fund managers are not looking at the stock, I'm sure. And look at that. Just happens to be silver. What do you know? I didn't even notice that before. Just happens to be a silver stock. So it just goes to continue to show you that I have no bias on what a stock is. When a chart looks good, a chart looks good. At least for intraday. I don't know what daily chart here. That's not ideal right there. But all the same, intraday chart looked pretty solid. NVAX, it was a high flyer yesterday. I think, what did it do? Monday, it made a move up and then collapsed, right? It made a nice move yesterday, and it's had a nice move again today. I think you're news bound on this, right? Didn't something happen with them? They had some news or something, right? So, I mean, if you're a believer in the news, then yeah, swing for sure. Technically speaking, I mean, you got the beginnings of a rounded bottom there. If it can push up out of this, if you can push up out of that level, you can start to climb to there, I would say. But you don't want to be on the wrong side of this if the market sells off tomorrow and this doesn't have some catalyst to keep it balanced, because, this is among those stocks that's really tanked. And if we go back far enough, Because I remember trading the stock when it was like a $3 stock or something like that when the pandemic was just starting to happen. I mean, this could really come back to where it came from. You don't want to be bag holding that. But I mean, depending on what your risk reward setup is, I mean, around the $16 level, $15.75. Below that, you're in trouble. You know, who knows where you are next? You're probably at like $10 next below that. Above this $20 level, you might be able to make a climb up into that 22-ish, give or take. So I'm not crazy about that risk reward rate now. I would like to see it set up a couple of more days, but wait, you know, when we wait for confirmation, the train could leave the station without us. So if you got something that looks good to you on the chart, you've got a set of levels that you like, you know, exercise those levels if you really, you know, you believe in what you're seeing there. Finish out the top 10. We talked CELU yet? No, we did not. So CELU, not too shabby here, to be honest. No, we did talk CELU. Huh. Oh, they swapped places, CELU and GATO. I just realized that they just swapped places. Ha. All right, so AERC. Another one here that sets up that good risk reward as far as I'm concerned. Because look, we got this base coming back to here, right? We filled the gap. Okay, liquidity, not good volume. But we get that slight gap down and a reverse. We've got a nice baseline down here to set a stop on, at least for me anyways. I did not trade this for full disclosure purposes. But we're not chasing something that gapped way up here and trying to let it come to us. If this thing falls, you know, where's it going? It doesn't have a big distance to fall to its next its support level, right? So we've got some nice support levels that we can pick for a stop here. We're, you know, just under the support levels of stop if we wanted. Let's set up a very nice risk reward. Most anywhere that you got in through here during the day, you were never in pain, right? You got a nice explosion there. And then last but not least, MCLD, kind of rhymes in McDonald's. Nothing. This thing's a whole big nothing burger as far as I'm concerned. Great volume, okay liquidity, but I'm guessing this did this on some really big share lots throughout the day. Right in here. So yeah, no. Whole lot of no there. But overall, the top 10 list here put out some pretty decent names again. You can't really complain about that. Here we go again with these races. Have a position AERC, I agree. I'd like to know where I am right and wrong as clearly as possible. Yeah, that's what I like about a chart like this. And it was the same thing for APDN. You know, on APDN this morning, if you were wrong, you knew you were wrong early and at a low of the day. And obviously you'd want to get out of that because you don't want to take that all the way down to $1.20, right? I mean, that would be crazy. But, you know, you got a little bit of a base here to work off of from yesterday. So like I said, they don't all, you know, set up like that. But when they do, those are the ones you want to recognize when you pull those charts up and say, I've seen you before. I've treated you well before that setup. It doesn't mean every time it works out that good. So yeah, that's that. Now I'll bring over, move this out of the way. I'm going to bring over my price alerts list here. Run down some price alerts because there's some things that were on some races but never won or didn't win enough. So TOPS had a nice setup today in this. I chickened out. I was ready to pull the trigger right here. I didn't. Would have been a nice little pop to grab a piece of that. It's kind of where I thought it might be able to get to. I thought it could get around 6. It did. I got up over 6 a little bit, but I chickened out, and that was it. I think that was its, you know, one shot. Got a small float, and I think you had, you know, some unscrupulous individuals getting it ramped up a little bit there, but you can recognize it early enough, which I did on the scan here. You get a piece of that. But, look where it's held so far. So could this set up in the coming days? It could, Could also be a great short in the coming days too. So played either side. Keeping an eye on TOPS. HPCO. It's a high flyer early in the morning. Could just never get through this level. Now, had I been paying better attention, I moved this all the way down for a 3 break again. I might have been able to get a good move off of there. Hindsight's 2020. Would I have gotten it? Would I have not gotten it? I don't know. There was other things that I liked better. So I wasn't going to, I didn't mess with this price alert from there. I set this price alert up here early in the morning, never really broke through it. But for those that look for pullback plays, this could have set up a decent pullback play without any question. NERV was another one I chickened out. It was an early in the morning one. Did not have a big gap up. And in these first couple of 5-minute bars, I was like, man, I really feel like I should have went after this. Had I got it at 12.75, like I was trying to get it at, would I have sold it somewhere above it? I don't know. Did make a big quick move underneath me very quickly. So, hindsight's 2020. By the time I was looking at it, it already had established this low of the day down here. So, would I have used that as a stop? Probably more likely than not, I would have. All the same, it didn't make a recovery today, but on anemic volume and anemic liquidity. So it was one of those ones, I think it was a fast trader off the open, and I just wasn't willing to go in off the open that early. Other people like that stuff. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it, just not mine. PacBio broke my heart today. I took a trade in this. Almost got stopped out under 6, didn't get stopped out, which was nice. And it started to reverse and it looked good. And then it started to reverse the other way on me. And I got out of it. And then, looked like, all right, well, I made the right decision getting out of it right up until it did this here. This is one of those stocks I can't help but keep looking at this short float, short growth, good liquidity, volumes maintained kind of normal, and just really basing for a while down here, right? So like anybody else that's looking for some longer term stuff, I can't help but, start to look at stock charts that have based like this for a while and have held on to good liquidity. And if there might be something here in the future, I don't know. But when you look at the major averages and how much we have sold off, I wonder how much more do we have to go? And even if it's a good bit more, there are a lot of stocks that stopped really going down. And so, I want to start to make a collection of those that I might want to be an owner of in the next couple of weeks or months, and just kind of put them away and not look at them for a long time with some super wide stops, smaller share sizes, super wide stops. I still think we got to test that on this buy at the very least. We'll see. I think tomorrow will give us a lot better insight into what happens over the next couple of months. CUK was another one from today. Nice grinder and reversal all day. This is one that I'm kind of kicking myself a little bit for. I had price alert set, and so I was, I had PacBio and I had APDN, and so I didn't, I don't like too many positions open at once. So it just didn't work out for me. But nice reversal here, came on an earlier set of races. That wasn't on here, right? No, that wasn't on there. It looks very similar to some other charts that we looked at already, where he talked about GATO, HPCO. We talked about that. LUCY, again, why running after these things is so risky, especially when we see, look what happened to it on, what's today's Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday, so it's Friday. We saw what it did and had a big washout on Friday at the end, right? 2 million in the float. So, that looks like a lot of shenanigans to me going on there. Listen, if it continues to show on races, I'm going to set price alerts on it. I actually had a price alert, way up here. And this was when I kept bumping the price alert down on, but nope, not so much. So again, what I will note, this did have a similar setup to ADPN, but the chart was not as nice looking as ADPN. If we look at an ADPN chart, this is why, multiple time frames confirm things, right? APDN, is that what I want? APDN, come on, Chris. APDN, look at this, move up this way, right? Strong, go, pause, go, right? Now let's look at LUCY again. That's ugly, right? That's an ugly daily chart right there. So this is where confirmation comes in. Use multiple time frames to confirm what you're looking at. Because if we look at this, one could say, well, isn't this a setup you like? Slight gap down and reverses. Yeah, really is a setup that I like, right? But look at this daily chart. I don't like that. That means let it confirm. Let's see what else. AUTL, that's sloppy and ugly. MOTS, sloppy and ugly. No volume, no liquidity. PEGY. Oh, I forgot. I did take a trade in this today. I grabbed it here in this candle and thought to myself, if we can get up above, we might get another second run in it. It was really stalling at 718. And so I killed the trade real quick. Just wasn't going to hang around. And within a couple of candles later, had a small rug pull on it. I won't say that this is done because let's look at this daily chart, right? We're sitting up near all-time highs. This thing is gapped around and everything. It's got, a strong look to it here. You got volume increased again here. So you got this big day and then a decline. It kind of hung out here for a couple of days and we increased again. Great liquidity, great volume. This isn't going away today or tomorrow, or tomorrow or the next day. So definitely something I say we should be keeping an eye on. Do we trade it? Who knows? But we want to be where the action is. SCPH had that big reversal day yesterday. Not as nice today to us. But will be a kind of a go. Will be a go, pause, go for tomorrow. I don't know. Nobody knows. But it's worth noting how powerful that $6 level is, right? Got up, couldn't get through it, came back down. Teased at it, got up, came back down. Rejected. So this could be something that, getting over 6 for a day or two and it sets up, could set up a nice risk reward, right? Let's look left. All right, so we really get up over 6 and claim this over here. There's 7, right? We could start to use something like this level here more as a base versus $5 whole number. So then instead of being 1-to-1 or 1-to-1, I should say, on that risk reward, all of a sudden, we've got a slightly inside base of that $5 around $5.50 or so. And that sets up a little nicer, 0.6-to-1. Not quite the 2-to-1 ratio we're looking for, but I think you get the point. What about BDN? Big downtrend, no volume, not much volume, 1.4 on the relative volume. There's no range. It's not a dynamic trader. Just a long time sideways and before becoming a falling knife. So, could it go up? Sure. I don't see any reason on the chart that it will. We'll look back at a weekly chart. Oh, look at this. This thing is making 5-year lows right now. It has support at 0, literally support at 0. Yeah, literally at support at 0. You got to go back to 2011 to find it anywhere near this price before. So no, There's no risk reward that makes sense on that to me at all. None. And again, for all I know, this thing could be at $10 tomorrow, but I don't see a risk reward that sets that up. So no. Chain. A terrible looking chart.
HPCL.
Absolutely terrible looking chart. But it was on some early races. So we set a price alert. Didn't look good. XPEV. So there's a bunch of China this morning. And look at all these China stocks. You know, a lot of them, even the ones that had a move in them that was later, it was a fast move and over, right? Then you had other ones that were just these big moves early on in the day, and that was it. And again, terrible looking chart. It's probably a lifetime low. And probably has support at 0 also. So now look, day trading vehicle, right? So it's got, you know, big range on it. So it's dynamic in that sense. So, you know, things got going for a day trade on it, great, but there's no long-term value to that chart whatsoever. The long-term value is knowing what a falling knife looks like. CVAC, same case here. Look at this. It was up over $100. That's $7 now. ATGX is under $1 million in the float, right? No, that's a different stock. What's the one that's under $1 million? I don't remember now. Anyways, no, couldn't do anything again. Just like yesterday, a lot of noise going on. I think you got people that are hoping to spark an interest to get another move like that, but obviously not going on. Oh, I forgot. I've got a meeting I'm supposed to listen in on here. If you hear me go radio silent for a moment there, folks, just I got a support meeting that I'm supposed to be a part of. There's nothing for me to talk about, you know, and just listen, so be it. If there is something for me to talk about, I throw myself on mute with you folks real quick. All right. All right, there we go. There's IMUX trying to make a meeting here. Very interesting. Goes positive, right? There's a lot of room up here. A lot of room up there. Yeah, I know Andy likes that Dawn of the Dead race for sure. He's thrown some ideas out there that are pretty solid with that. I think I have that scan. So if anybody wants to scan the base scan, I'll share that. So if anybody wants the Dawn of the Dead, there you go. You can turn that into a race, of course. And SPY is selling off. Well, a lot of tomfoolery on the indexes, and that's what we're going to just continue to see here. Give me 1 second here, everybody. I just had to throw myself on mute for a moment there. All right. I think we almost ran through everything here. LCID, not a whole lot there. PPSI. Again, all these didn't turn anything. ILAG had this, there was a big flyer from several days ago and then got right back up here. All right, so jumping off that again. We already talked about IMRA. There wasn't a whole lot to do there, and that's it. So yeah, ADPN. No, it was a great look, ADPN. It was a great look. Had a great look. It gets through. We can see it up there. We'll let the races dictate tomorrow, and we'll let CPI's, the reaction to CPI, dictate tomorrow what goes on. That's that. Peter, funny you mentioned those because I saw a whole bunch of yeah. So CUK was what's the word that I'm looking for? Norwegian and all that too. I don't know what to say on those, Peter. It's interesting. You got this here. Did we bottom on them? Maybe. That looks good right there. As far as a descending triangle trying to resolve itself this way. So especially this here. Is 40, a safe, not a safe level, but is 40 a good level to set a stop? Is down here. That's the only thing about these I don't like. I don't know about the I don't know what the risk reward in these. That's my only thing here with those, Peters, is I need that good risk reward setup. As far as a day trading vehicle goes, these are great because we can see big range here. This thing moves all over the place and, big up and down moves all the time. Longer term speaking, kind of still a tough look here, but it goes back to, what I was saying. I want to start looking at stocks that don't really look like they're going down anymore, or not going down like they had been priorly. So they've got some interesting looks on those, but not I'm not sold yet. And NCLH. This one sets up a little better risk reward, I feel like, here, because you got a better set base here, right? This nice descending triangle too. And if it busts through this, 15 doesn't seem unreasonable, right? So better risk reward setup there. But again, if we look at all these cruisers, they stopped going down for now. That doesn't mean they won't continue. Still big downtrend, right? Still a big downtrend. But maybe we're seeing a bottoming process in them. Could be a bottoming process. And that's a good exercise to look at as well. Where's the bottoming process? So you're using the replay mode. All right, that makes sense. I really like that replay mode on the weekend. I go through a few races and do that. Yeah, I think NCLH is the best looking of the bunch. This CUK, the CUK still hasn't made a bottoming process, because look, we could have said, is this a bottoming process happening here? We could have said to ourselves that, right? And then it fell off, right? And we could certainly see that with the other ones happen too. We won't know. We need confirmation, right? But, confirmation leaves us sometimes, watching the ship sail away, unfortunately. That's just the way it works. And it becomes that risk reward. How quickly are you willing to risk for that reward? But yeah, NCLH, I think, and Michael Anthony, I agree with you. That's the best looking of the bunch. Yeah, Michael Anthony, same thing. I'm not, I'm continuing not, I'm not messing around like that. All right, so that's that. We've got the market closed. Look at this. This is ridiculous. I don't know about how anybody else feels about this, but I mean, what a trend going back to last year, right? In Hostess brands. I mean, it's not dynamic. It's not, it doesn't have a big range. I mean, yes, it's got a few big bar days here like that, but overall, here to here, it's just so weird to me. But it's running right up in that resistance again. If it gets through that, let's take a look here what it looked like on a daily or on a weekly chart. Look how far back that goes, right? Wild. So, well, we'll see. We'll see. It's gonna need to resolve itself, or I guess it could go sideways forever. Oops. Certainly could. BTU, been seeing this on scans nonstop for weeks. Look at that. Big range here. Let's see what happens, right? I like that. I like that bull flag setup. If it can get through. Not too shabby. but we'll see. You know, anything could happen tomorrow. Everything could get completely washed away tomorrow when that CPI comes in. So we'll see. We'll see. Big day tomorrow. Big day. I hate to overemphasize that, but I just, you know, don't want to see anybody running into tomorrow blindly and grabbing something and taking a position. And next thing you know, before the market even opens at, 8:15, they're down, 10, 15, 20%. That's no way to start a day. No way to start a day. Oh, TWNK's on Andy's watch list. Interesting. All right. AMAT. Yeah, I mean, where's the bottom on this? Nothing here, I mean, you got all, if you're wrong down to here, and then you're wrong down to here afterwards. So big falling knife. That big middle finger candle right here at us on this weekly chart. Inverted hammer. No thanks. Oops. What else? Halliburton don't look good. What did energy do today? Wasn't energy up for a while? Kind of curling over on us. I mean, I can make anything look anything, right? We could do anything with drawing lines. We can make any case we want. What are some of the other big guys? What's XOM doing? I bet it looks the same, right? Looks a little different. That looks stronger than the XOP. What about the XLE? Very similar to that, actually. So the XOP, I don't like the XOP as much as I like the look of these other ones. But does that mean it has more room to bounce? This just feels like it's got a little more of a hook coming over the top of it than the other ones do. Yeah. All right, so that covers that. I don't think there's anything else here. Nah. Not right. So what's funny is going through all this, I forgot the market had actually closed. I was just looking at the SPY chart a second ago. I have a pinned SPY chart, and I said, boy, it hasn't moved in a while. Then I realized that's why it hasn't moved. The market closed. So, all right, there we go. It's going to be interesting going into tomorrow what happens here. The entire world, literally the entire world will be watching the CPI print for tomorrow. All right. So, all right, I'm running out of steam here. I'm running out of thoughts, running out of ideas. I don't want to go through the sector list. I want to save that for Friday. Look, there's SLV, right? Coming up on a race. I don't know. I'm keeping my eye on silver. I've got my eye on you, silver. Everything about this chart is ugly, just so we're clear. Everything about this chart is ugly. That double top, falling knife look, head fake after head fake after head fake after head fake. But, you know, we look back, is that where it's finding support? Is it finding multi-year support here? I mean, anything's possible. You know, I'll tell you, silver had me fooled right here on this move. I really thought that this was going to be that right there. I was sure of it right here. Then I was also sure of it right here. And I was surely extremely wrong with both of those. And I never placed any trades on it. I really wanted to see that breakout over 25. Never happened. Who reported earnings after the close? What time is CPI? I think CPI is at 8:30, right? Just have to do a web search. CPI release dates. Yeah, 8:30. Here, if anybody wants a website for it, this is where you'll find it. Listen, you know, it's you know, it is what it is with IMUX. It made another really strong move today, right? You made a really strong move at the end of the day here. So, I mean, you mention it once or twice a day. I don't think that's pumping it. You're not putting emojis to the moon and nonsense like that. So I got no issue with what you said about it. You know, it's got a crazy setup, you know. You know, if you're wrong to $5. If you're right, you can be right to $15, you know. So right now it's a 1-to-1 risk reward ratio to the extreme of the risk. Well, what if your risk is at this level of 6? What if your risk is at this level of 8? All of a sudden that risk reward becomes a lot better. You know, everybody's going to have a different risk tolerance and where they're seeing and calling these things. But, I mean, you can't ignore this. I mean, 21 million shares traded, 24 times normal volume still. It's big time. That's what we're here for. Who reported today? I don't know. Who reported today? Let's take a look. We'll end on that, I guess. Yes. So that's who reported. Pepsi reported today. I guess they had good earnings or something. Whatever this is reported today, it's a garbage stock. When I say garbage, I mean the chart looks terrible. Another terrible looking chart. They reported today. I don't recognize almost any of these symbols here, anyways. I had a huge win on this stock, and then I had a huge loss that was slightly bigger than my huge win was a couple of years ago. Pretty sure it was this stock. Yeah. During this nonsense here, it got me. I got a great win this way. I got a terrible loss that way. Over trading that day. You never forget those ones, those exhilarating trades, and then crush you afterwards. Yeah, I mean, it's an 11-cent stock, so I have zero interest in this whatsoever. But, you know, a day trade's a day trade. As far as a daily chart goes, I mean, this is, you know, it's going to be delisted and broke. I'm going to guess they're going to go bankrupt or something. So that's who reported today, though. I don't know who that is. No, another terrible looking stock. No, more nonsense. Nope. More nope. Those are terrible looking stocks, terrible looking charts. think that's the only one we hadn't looked at yet. Yeah. Nope. Nothing worth noting there as far as I'm concerned. So, like I said, everybody kind of sitting on their hands. IMUX 20-cent difference from previous close. Yeah, I guess. I mean, now it's up 69 cents from the previous close. Moving in the after hours again. And part of me wants to take a shot at it right here and stick a stop at 9. I'm not going to. But my gambler side says, yeah, come on. Come on, Chris, you could do that. That's that high that I had right here in the post market yesterday. Took that out. Volume's still pretty good in the post market as well. Spread isn't terrible. But yeah, no. Not going to do it. So Pepsi raising prices. I guess everybody is, right, Peter? I guess everybody is. So, all right, there's my price alerts. You can all bear witness to me deleting my price alerts. Adios price alerts, 22 gone. That's that. We'll start with the fresh slate tomorrow, and we'll see what happens here. Yeah, see, this is why I start to get these topping shadows here. I'll mess with those. Don't want to mess with those. Have I experimented anymore with settings? Must be over 20-day moving average at all. Nope, I haven't at all. I have not done any experimenting with that stuff yet. Perfect circle. We'll see what happens, you know. If I'm being honest, you know, I'm just completely focused on day trading right now. I'll say I'm 94% focused on day trading. I am thinking a lot about, you know, trying to witness a bottoming process. You'll always know it was the bottoming process in hindsight, but at some point, you know, we ask ourselves, are stocks done going down? You know, right now, I don't think they obviously are. That's quite the descending wedge going on right there. They might be needed, but that doesn't mean they're going to be in high demand, right? I don't think anybody's building. You know, China's entire world is on pause right now. So you've got the second largest economy in the world just doing nothing, sitting idle for 2+ years now. We're in a recession here. Now, the recession is in pockets, I think. You know, where I live, you know, not seeing much of a recession where I am specifically, but you start to venture away from the area of New York that I'm in, and you can start to see some differences in things. Empty restaurants, empty stores, very full shelves in stores. You know, full shelves are not always a sign of health. When you have full shelves and empty stores, that's no good. It's a really steep channel as well right there. Let's start playing more with that LCR. My thinkorswim charts. Yeah, no, I just haven't messed with it yet. I don't really mess with moving averages in my scans either. But I guess, well, we'll see what happens when I start to look at for intraday scanning. It's unlikely that I'll use a moving average at this current time. I'm very happy with what I have right now. I would more likely, I would more likely use a moving average on some longer term stuff, I suppose, for scanning, and still leave my charts clean. Is what I would do for now. So, all right, everybody, that's gonna, yeah, yeah, I could use a little more sleep. I could use a little more sleep, that's for sure. But no, all good. So, all right, everybody, I'm gonna wrap up for the day here. I, as always, do greatly appreciate you all coming and keeping me company here for that hour. Thank you, Willow. You as well. Again, CPI prints at 8:30 in the morning. Barry will have the room open in the morning. Tomorrow's Thursday, so you'll get Mr. Steve Gomez tomorrow at noon Eastern for an hour. Barry back after that, and I'll take over at 3:30. Just, don't rush anything. Make sure you've got a plan. You do decide to take anything early tomorrow or at any point tomorrow. And just know tomorrow, there could be a lot of shenanigans tomorrow between the CPI print and, you never know what Fed officials going to find themselves a microphone and, jawbone the market and things like that. It's tough for technical analysis right now, other than trying to look at key levels and if-then situations on those key levels. And we're always doing that anyways, but defining trend is really hard right now because, every time we start to get a move, we get a counter move right now. And those counter moves can be really big. We've got this move right now. Could we get a big counter move? Could we sell off for a bit and then get the counter move? There's no way to know this stuff. So just, risk, reward, manage your risk. Just be risk managers, right? All that good stuff. So, all right, everybody. Again, I thank you all for your questions, your comments, and your interactions. I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your Wednesday wherever you are on the spinning globe called Earth. We will see you tomorrow. Adios, everyone.